Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. US envoy Tom Burges says Israel must comply with the ceasefire as Lebanon launches a plan to disarm Hezbollah and revive its economy. Meanwhile, Trump hosts Zelenskyy and European leaders at the White House with tough talks over Ukraine, NATO and Crimea. Plus, Hamas accepts a new truce and hostage deal as hundreds of thousands protest across Israel, demanding action. The US is urging Israel to step up and honour its ceasefire commitments with Lebanon. Envoy Tom Burges says it's now Israel's turn to pull back its remaining forces as Beirut kicks off a plan to disarm Hezbollah. Lebanon's cabinet has already backed a US proposal setting a timetable for disarmament. And Burges says the next step has to be Israel's compliance. He says Washington expects progress from all sides in the coming weeks. I'm now joined by former Lebanese Prime Minister Fouad Siniora. Thank you so much for joining us and taking the time this evening. Hezbollah's Secretary General has vowed to fight efforts to disarm the group. Can the US and Lebanese governments convince them to do so?
Well, first of all, good evening to you and to whoever is watching. It's very correct what Mr. Burges has said today, that the Lebanese government has made a historic announcement and decision, and it is ready to comply with this announcement. And it is time for Israel now to take the necessary measures in order to stop the aggression against Lebanon on the one hand and to really withdraw. And there are definitely a number of other requirements. But this is the thing, because effectively Lebanon practically now is more or less like between the rock and the hard place. The rock, I mean, by that is the Israeli aggression, and on the other hand, the position that's being taken by Iran and by Hezbollah is that they are really trying to insist, because they are still somehow in a state of denial and in a state of let's say, not realizing its state of arrogance, not realizing what really happened. So it's very important to help Lebanon in terms of a step that has to be made by Israel, and at the same time in making it really helpful to Lebanon, first of all in facilitating the process for the handing over of the weapons of Hezbollah to the Lebanese state, and at the same time in making it possible to really provide the necessary assistance to the Lebanese legitimate forces, I mean the Lebanese army and the internal security forces, in order to take over the situation and to avoid any step that may be taken by Hezbollah in order to make it difficult for the process to in the handing over of the weapons.
But
I believe that
the situation. Can I just ask you?
Yes.
So, do you think that it is possible to disarm Hezbollah because they don't want to be disarmed, and they're saying they're going to fight this? And could Hezbollah fighting this lead to social unrest, more social unrest in Lebanon?
Yes. Well, actually, this is the situation that has been taken by Hezbollah up till now. And his position was actually instigated by the trip that was made by Ali, the Iranian envoy, the latest trip, and this is the way they are behaving now. This is why I say that Lebanon has to be helped in order to avoid any misbehavior by Hezbollah that will be instigating some sort of a sedition or social disorder in Lebanon. Definitely, the position taken by the Lebanese government is against any action to be taken by Hezbollah to create a sedition or a disorder. But nevertheless, one has to really take every position in order to facilitate, to make it easier to Hezbollah to hand over. The decision to hand over is taken. The Lebanese government is committed and is firm in its position. What is required now is the wisdom of the implementation, the phasing, the priorities, as well as the position that should be taken by Israel to facilitate the process, because we don't want to really make it more difficult and at the same time leading to disorder that is definitely very, very, very costly in every sense.
And,
nevertheless, the thing that should...
Can I just ask you, sorry to interrupt you, but another question I want to ask you is a lot of people in Lebanon point to Israel's actions in Syria, Gaza, and also in the West Bank. And they say Lebanon needs a strong resistance against Israel's aggression. What do you say to those people who say Lebanon actually needs Hezbollah because of Israel's aggression that they're seeing in the region?
Well, what they are saying is correct. What they are concluding is incorrect. That what Israel is doing in the West Bank and in Syria is definitely an aggression and it is not acceptable. What they are concluding is that they need the Hezbollah to protect Lebanon. Well, what I can say, what has been proven over the past months, that the arms in the hands of Hezbollah has proven to be a liability. It didn't really help them to protect Lebanon or to deter Israel. And at the same time, it didn't help them to protect themselves, you see. Israel, what is doing now is hunting them one by one. And they are unable to retaliate in this respect. And effectively, what has been going on, because they started with a certain assumption when they really pushed Lebanon into this war on the 8th of October 2023, and without realizing what are the consequences of such an action and what are the abilities, the military abilities of the Israeli army, which actually they have invested a lot in technology, in ability to infiltrate in the positions and the personnel of Hezbollah, and they managed to make this let's say, what I can say, overcoming the Hezbollah. So that's why I would say it is a liability. The weapons of Hezbollah now has proven to be a liability to Hezbollah and a liability to Lebanon. The thing that has to be really always said and to made clear to Hezbollah and to the let's say supporters of Hezbollah, that it is the only way for the Lebanese who were really obliged to leave their houses and their properties in the south and their villages in the south. It is not possible for them as long as the situation is not peaceful. To the contrary, as long as Israel as well is continuing its aggression. Besides that,
Fouad, I'm so sorry.
When they say
We are actually just out of time. Fouad Signora, thank you so much for joining us. Former Lebanese Prime Minister, it was brilliant to have you on and your thoughts. I really appreciate your time. Thank you, sir. Now, happening right now, a high-stakes meeting at the White House as Donald Trump welcomes European leaders and Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelenskyy. The talks follow Trump's summit with Vladimir Putin in Alaska on Friday. On the table are security guarantees for Kyiv, but also Trump saying Crimea stays with Russia and NATO membership is off the table. So lots to discuss right now. And for more on this, I'm joined by Vilgaldas Ushatkas, former Lithuanian diplomat who served as the EU's ambassador to Russia. It's a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you for joining us. So we're just currently getting some updates right now that are saying the European leaders have arrived at the White House. So it's all happening. How unprecedented is a meeting on this scale? And are European leaders there just really supporting Zelenskyy so there's no repeat of that showdown we saw in the Oval Office back in February?
Well, absolutely. It's a tipping point in European history and from our perspective, even in the world history, because, you know, the fate of the sovereign country, independent country, which was attacked unprovokedly by Russia 3 years ago through conventional means. And now, I mean, the deal is being made. We just saw last Friday Putin and Trump rolling out the sleeves and using the red carpet reception in Alaska to start that diplomatic process. So for Europeans, you know, it's a few-fold feeling. First, for me, as the first European Union ambassador after 2009, when the Lisbon Treaty came into force, it's disappointing to see that the future of Europe is decided not in Europe, but at the White House in Washington, D.C. On the other hand, you know, that demonstrates that reality, who is the boss of the Western world. So United States remains the major, and the key player. Certainly, of course, I mean, it's unprecedented in a way that you have half a dozen, not all Europeans, but half a dozen leaders, including heads of European Commission and NATO, are now at the White House in support of Zelenskyy. And last, I think what is most important is not so much that they're going to support morally, psychologically, and try to mitigate the repetition of the February meeting, of the clash between Zelenskyy and Trump and Vance. But I think from the President Trump's perspective, what matters, and for Zelenskyy too, what those half a dozen of European leaders are bringing to the table. What's going to be European contribution to the future implementation of the ceasefire or peace deal with Russia, and what kind of role Europe will play, because at this stage, with all due respect, I mean, Europe was kind of in a geopolitical irrelevance.
So it's really interesting because what you just said to me really stood out. What are Europeans going to bring to the table? Because obviously there's something we don't know, because following Trump's meeting with Vladimir Putin in Alaska, we don't know what Russia offered the US. And now there's concerns that Donald Trump is going to give the Russian president everything he wants. So how important is today's White House meeting for the future of European security too? Because, you know, it seems like Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin set the precedent for how this war should end.
Well, it's of paramount importance for Europe and for the world, from my perspective. Again, because the war is taking place on the European continent, and Europeans at the end of the day will have to contribute to resolution of that. So what Europeans can do, and I think there is a greater realization, although belatedly, after almost a year when President Trump is in power, you know, Europeans started to realize and understand that you have to talk to Donald Trump in the same language, the language of real estate dealer, a person, a businessman who likes to make a deal and who talks in language of contracts. and signing agreements. So Europeans have finally understood that in order to retain American presence in Europe, political, military, intelligence, and diplomatic, as we see, I mean, we'll have to pay. So that's why the last NATO summit has increased commitment of defense budget by member states to up to 5%. So that's the first one. Secondly, we'll have to pay for American support to Ukrainians, which have started literally about a month ago. And last but not least is going to be, I mean, about something which is still unclear, and I hope we will learn after today's meeting of leaders in the White House, what kind of security guarantees, robust, a kind of NATO security guarantees, Putin and Trump have discussed. And, we know on the one hand that the entire war launched by Russia have started very much because Putin did not want to see, and he wanted to refute American increased role in Ukraine, especially defense and intelligence-wise. So for me, it's hard to believe that Putin would acquiesce American security guarantees, which would equal to defense of territory and stationing of American troops on the ground. What he may acquiesce and accept is European security guarantees to Ukraine, which, from Putin's perspective, does not entail, does not present an immediate military danger, because none of Europeans have capacity to fight alone and to win over Russia. At this stage, we can do it only with American backup and with American leadership. So, but it is at the, in the final stage, it's clear that Europeans will have to contribute both financially, so that we retain American military dominance in terms of continuous military supplies for Ukrainians to fight potentially with Russians. And secondly, there is a requirement to have a deterrent force, something which would deter Russia from repetition of the military activities.
And sorry, can I just interrupt you there? Because actually, I did want to ask you about that at the moment, because President Zelenskyy is speaking ahead of this meeting with European leaders and Donald Trump. He said we should not expect Putin to drop his plans for further aggression. And we saw overnight that Russia launched attacks on Ukraine. They say at least 10 people were killed. So the big question is your experience with Russia. Do you think Russia has any interest at all in ending this war and coming to a peace?
Well, that's a good question. From my point of view, reading Vladimir Putin and knowing him personally, he retains that goal to control Ukraine. At the same time, Russia has also paid a big price. I mean, we don't know exactly because it's not transparent and open society and the government. So we don't know how many hundreds of thousands Russians died and what's the state of economy. But clearly, they're going through the painful period when it comes to economic, financial, and human. So, the question is, that's the first one. The second, for Putin, what matters, his goal is not to reconcile with Zelenskyy. He wants to make a deal with Trump. He wants to make a deal with the United States of America, the superpower of the world, so as to ensure that there is a division of spheres of influence, because he still Putin thinks in those terms of spheres of influence, and that there is no presence of American troops on the ground which would endanger Russian security. So that's his ultimate goal, while at the same time one should not be naive, as President Zelenskyy and many Europeans are not naive, that Putin will continue to try to destabilize Ukraine, and probably one day would wish to see his own man in Kiev.
And just a quick question before I let you go. You said you know President Putin personally. What kind of man is he, and what kind of negotiator is Vladimir Putin? Because we hear this all the time, that he's such a slick negotiator. He knows what he wants. He can convince people. Who's the man that you know? Well,
he's a hardworking and very committed and well-prepared leader. He goes, having examined not only the file, what's going on in the front lines, but he goes through the personal file of each of the participants of a negotiating team, because that's his profession from the past as KGB agent. And, he's very, very capable to manipulate and to deceive the partner, as we have seen in the past in his talks with European leaders like Merkel and Hollande during the First War, when I was working as EU ambassador and intimately following those events from 2013 to 2017.
Absolutely fascinating to speak to you and get your insights and analysis. Thank you so much for Galdas Ušackas for joining us this evening. Now, Friday's meeting between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin drew plenty of attention, not just for what was said, but for what their body language actually revealed. For a closer look at what their gestures and movements really said, we turn to our body language expert, Mary Chevelio. Mary, thank you so much for joining us. I don't know if you heard my first guest there, but knew Vladimir Putin and just explained a little bit about who the man behind the Russian president is. But what did you make of Trump and Putin's body language revealed about who held the upper hand during that Friday meeting? What struck out to me was really how friendly it was. The red carpet was rolled out. There was a military fly past. I think the world couldn't really believe it.
It was quite a party, wasn't it, Leigh Ann? It really was something. I mean, especially at the beginning. You have to look at the parts of this gathering. In the open, no question about it. It looked like two old buddies getting together. How are you doing? A firm handshake on both sides, a few pats here and there. Very, very lively. Putin, the biggest contrast, though, if you think back to Helsinki, remember when they were going to get together, Putin and Trump, and try to patch things up between them, he was slouching. This time, he was all energetic. From the time that you see them on the red carpet there, and a nice brisk walk to the limo, both of them looked like all systems go. Very friendly, very positive. But things changed.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know if we can pick up where things actually change, because I felt like when I was watching it, and I don't know if many viewers feel the same way, things seemed to change when they came out of the negotiations. The US side seemed to have a more sour look on their face compared to the Russian negotiators. And then obviously Vladimir Putin stood up first and gave the speech at the lectern, which many people thought was slightly strange. This is where things started getting a little bit different between the two men.
Absolutely right, Leigh Ann. So Trump immediately deferred to Putin. He was the host of the gathering, but obviously his body language said he wasn't thrilled with the way the talks had gone over the last 3 hours. He was what I would call subdued. Putin started talking, and for the first 4 minutes, quite a bit of time, he was talking about being neighbors and kind of everything, issues unrelated to Ukraine. And throughout that time, in fact, most of the time that Putin talked, Trump was just staring straight forward, just kind of like da-da, 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 no eye contact, not looking at him. The only times that Trump did actually kind of do what I call a trunk turn, where he went like this, kind of looked to the side, or when he would just glance over at Putin. Very few times it had to do with Putin saying something that was contrasting Trump's performance to Biden's performance, or flattering him in some way. But most of the time, Trump was subdued, low, relatively low energy throughout. And that continued when he took the mic.
And there's something happening today. I don't know if we can talk a little bit about this, but Trump has been furiously posting on his social media platform today, Truth Social, where he's claiming he settled 6 wars, saying, I know exactly what I'm doing. He's come out really defiant on social media ahead of these European talks and after the criticism he's received from the press following that Alaska summit. Tell us us more about why he's doing this and what's behind his attitude towards social media and all the gesturing?
Trump is more than any other president I've seen, totally fixed and transparent about the way he reads his press, about the way what people are saying about him. And there's no question about it that he does not like the way he's been reviewed at that press conference with Putin. It's going to be interesting to see if and what changes around that, but he was not at all happy about it.
And just one quick final question. Will Zelenskyy, do you think, choose to wear a suit and tie for his meeting with President Trump and J.D. Vance today? Because we all remember in February that absolute showdown they had in the Oval Office about his choice of clothing, and the body language between all three of the men just seemed so uncomfortable at that time.
You're so right, Leigh Ann. It will be interesting to see what Zelenskyy does. I think he is, I guess if I were to guess, I would think that he would stay the course. He is who he is. He's presented himself as somebody who is very much in touch with what's going on with his country and doesn't need to really dress up for the occasion. So that would be my guess.
And also, just with European leaders meeting Trump today, what body language cues should we watch for that might reveal the dynamics behind the scenes? Because as we were just talking there, you said Trump and Putin all happy on the red carpet. Then Trump sort of changed towards the end of that meeting.
Right. Well, when it was after the two of them had spoken and they came out for the press conference that things changed. Clearly, it wasn't the outcome that Trump wanted. Again, I watch for eye contact. That's a big indicator to me. Trump was listening to Putin the whole time on the side of him, but only rarely would he take and turn. And then when Putin would flatter him, say, what he had done in terms of trade and so forth, Trump's fingers on the side of the podium, he drummed the side of the podium ever so slightly. But these were micro movements. Today, with the European leaders, just like anybody else, I would look at that body language, not just when they're talking, but when their colleagues or when Zelensky's talking. Look at when other people are talking. Sometimes they don't realize or that they're on the stage even when they're not speaking. And that's what you have to watch for.
Mary, thank you so much for your fascinating insights, and I hope you join us again. It's so interesting, and I always think flattery and eye contact get you everywhere. Mary, once again, thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Leigh Ann.
Pleasure. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. Hundreds of Air Canada flights remain grounded after striking flight attendants refused to comply with a government-backed order to return to work. The strike began on Saturday morning after months of negotiations over pay. The Canadian flag carrier normally carries 130,000 people daily and planned to ramp up operations on Sunday evening until the union did push back. An Indian High Court order banning pigeon feeding in Mumbai has led to mixed reactions. Authorities imposed the ban to tackle health hazards linked to pigeon droppings, but the move has angered animal lovers and religious feeders. Earlier this month, hundreds of people clashed with police over the closure of a pigeon feeding spot in the Indian financial capital. And slang words like skippity and tradwife are among thousands of new words being added to the Cambridge Dictionary this year. Other words include workwife, delulu, and mouse jigger. There we are. Now, Hamas has reportedly accepted a new ceasefire proposal in Gaza, marking a potential pause in the 23-month-long conflict with Israel. Mediators from Egypt, Qatar, and the US are expected to announce an agreement and set a date for renewed talks. The plan could include a 60-day truce and phased release of hostages, though Israel has not yet responded. The move comes amid mass protests in Israel demanding the release of hostages and growing international efforts to halt the fighting in Gaza. For more on this, I'm joined by Palestinian legal advisor Dr. Anis Kazim. Sir, thank you so much for joining us this evening. A pleasure to have you on the show. So, Hamas has told mediators it approves the latest ceasefire proposal. How much pressure is the group under to accept the conditions as Israel prepares for a full-scale invasion of the Gaza Strip?
I think both parties are likely to be under pressure for two reasons. The Hamas, I think, under pressure because the situation, the people of Gaza are in dire need for food and medication. And I think the demonstrations that went into many cities in Israel do put lots of pressure on the government of Israel to most likely to force it to accept the new proposal. And I hope both parties will come to an agreement maybe tonight or tomorrow morning to reach an amicable settlement or a midway settlement so that the people of Gaza will not suffer any further disease and death.
And reports are suggesting a temporary committee would manage Gaza after the war ended, with full authority resting with the Palestinian government. Now, this is really interesting because what legal hurdles are in place to set up a new functioning government in Gaza, because it hasn't had one for such a long time, and within Palestine as a whole?
I am not optimistic if the Palestinian Authority is going to take over the situation in Gaza. The Palestinian Authority is infested with so many problems, including corruption and no advisors that guide its work. Basically, the PA is a subordinate to the military government of Israel. And therefore, I don't think it will have any credibility with the people of Gaza. I think the best solution is to think of an administration. We don't need another governor like the situation in Iraq, for example, when Bremer was appointed. We need people, indigenous people from Gaza. They know exactly the people, their needs, their inroads, and they are more capable to manage the situation. And those people can be picked up with agreement of the municipality mayors in Gaza, dignitaries in Gaza, and I think this is maybe the best solution. But I don't think the PA would be able to fly any government in Gaza.
And that's really interesting because I have interviewed people and ministers from the PA on the show who say that they have a framework that's ready to go as long as Hamas ceases fire. They are able to come into power and have some control within the region. So that would be their argument to what you've just said. But also, I just want to ask you, Israel's Prime Minister, you touched on this earlier for me, has criticized those large protests in Israel against his handling of the Gaza war. How damaging is this for Benjamin Netanyahu? Because we know his coalition government is also on thin ice.
This demonstration that took place yesterday, I think this is a turning point in the political scene in Israel. The reason I'm saying this is that in the beginning, the families of the people, of the hostages or the POWs in the hands of Hamas used to demonstrate for the release of the hostages. The demonstration yesterday has additional item, which is very important to note, which is to stop the war. I think this is an addition that is very crucial in yesterday's demonstration. The people now, and the demonstration people gave an estimate of about 1 million Israelis were demonstrating in various cities. They are calling to stop the war, not only to release the hostages, but to stop the war. And this is a new serious development, and maybe it should register in Netanyahu's mind.
It's absolutely fascinating to speak to you. Thank you so much, Dr. Anis Kazem, Palestinian legal advisor. It's been fascinating to have your thoughts on the show. I appreciate your time. Now, India is bracing for the impact of new U.S. tariffs set to take effect next week. President Donald Trump has doubled duties on imports of Russian oil to 50%, a move that could hit Indian businesses hard. The U.S. is one of India's biggest markets, with exports topping $85 billion last year. Now, workers fear job losses, while some economists urge closer ties with other BRICS nations. Yenna Lee has the story.
Footwear crafted by hand for customers that could soon walk away. Leather manufacturers in India's northern Agra are bracing for a hike in tariffs on Indian imports to the US.
US clients like our shoes, but if the tariffs increase, our products will become more expensive for them. It will be difficult for us to sell to the US market.
Levies of 25% came into force earlier this month, but next week that number is set to increase to 50%. That's among the highest Trump tariffs to date. India is the second largest producer of footwear in the world, second only to China, and the industry employs more than 4 million people. Businesses that were viable fear their profit margins will disappear overnight, with lasting consequences for workers.
When tariffs are high, both finished products and raw materials become more costly. Businesses will flee the extra cost and move out of the country. We'll lose our jobs.
After 5 rounds of trade talks, the two sides couldn't agree on opening up India's farm and dairy sectors. Washington also demanded that India stop buying sanctioned Russian oil, and the US president said that the tariffs were in retaliation for those purchases. Protesters in India have called for US products to be boycotted in response, and the Indian government called the duties unjustified and unreasonable.
So you can't do business with a country where, an individual, the entire policies depend on the whims and fancies of one individual.
A last-minute step down is unlikely, as media reports that US officials will no longer be traveling to India for trade talks next week. Yenna Lee, Arabiya English.
Let's take a look at the top business news now. Australian airline Qantas has been fined $59 million for illegally firing over 1,800 ground workers in 2020. A court issued the record fine after Qantas laid off its employees during the COVID-19 pandemic. The carrier says it will pay the penalty fine, which has been welcomed by Australia's Transport Workers Union. And the Swiss watchmaker Swatch has apologised over an advert which showed a model pulling the corner of his eyes. The slant eyes image, historically used to mock Asians, has caused uproar in China. Swatch has now removed that material. A reminder of our top stories. US envoy Tom Burges says Israel must comply with the ceasefire as Lebanon launches a plan to disarm Hezbollah and revive its economy. Meanwhile, Trump hosts Zelenskyy and European leaders at the White House with tough talks over Ukraine, NATO and Crimea. Plus, Hamas accepts a new truce and hostage deal as hundreds of thousands protest across Israel demanding action. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and also follow us on X. Counterpoints with Melinda Nucifora is coming up next. Plus, of course, we'll be back in a couple of hours' time with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Rawiya Alami and this is The Dailies, where we take a look at important news stories, reports, analyses and articles published in newspapers and media outlets across the world. Most newspapers focus today on Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's visit to the White House for high-profile talks aimed to explore potential pathways to peace and to secure commitments for Ukraine's security moving forward. Zelensky's visit was armed by the presence of various European leaders to underscore the international concern over the conflict's impact on regional stability and the security of Europe. We'll start with the New York Times, which published an analysis highlighting the move by European leaders to join Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in his visit to the White House today, signaling both solidarity and deep concern. The analysis also highlights President Trump's sudden reversal on a ceasefire, which has unsettled allies and raised doubts about his alignment with Russia's Vladimir Putin. Also, the piece underscores Europe's fear that Trump might pressure Zelensky into territorial concessions that could weaken Ukraine and fracture NATO. It also notes the unclear U.S. security assurances and ongoing disputes over who should shoulder the burden of Ukraine's defense. Overall, the report illustrates a fragile moment for Western unity, where Ukraine's future and transatlantic trust hang in the balance. In its editorial, The Washington Post analyzes the outcome of President Donald Trump's Alaska summit with Vladimir Putin, portraying it as inconclusive yet strategically revealing. Trump pressed for a ceasefire in Ukraine while Putin sought to avoid new sanctions, leaving negotiations unresolved. The piece highlights Trump's shift towards a full peace agreement rather than a fragile ceasefire, supported by his coordination with Zelensky. Excuse me. The editorial underscores the importance of potential secondary sanctions on Russian oil revenues, arguing that that could deter stalling tactics. Ultimately, the piece suggests that Putin's small public relations win matters less than whether the U.S. will firmly support Ukraine by opposing any Russian demands for territory. The editorial board of the Wall Street Journal had a similar opinion regarding the Alaska summit, as it warns that the pursuit of peace may come at Ukraine's expense. The editorial highlights how initially threatening severe consequences without a ceasefire, Trump abandoned that demand and removed potential sanctions on Russian oil buyers, aligning more with Putin's goals. While European leaders noted Trump raised the idea of Western security guarantees for Ukraine, the article argues that such assurances would require significant U.S. military involvement to be credible. Ultimately, the piece questions whether Trump's eagerness for a peace legacy risks emboldening adversaries while undermining Ukraine's sovereignty and long-term security. The Times published an analysis contending that the ball now is in Zelensky's court, but he is in an impossible position. The piece examines the critical role of Ukraine's embattled Donbas region, which has taken the highest toll of the war since 2014. Once the country's industrial hub, it has been devastated by years of fighting, leaving cities in ruins and coal production crippled. The analysis highlights Russia's latest proposal, revealed after the Trump-Putin summit, demands Ukraine to cede its remaining 22% of Donbas in exchange for halting attacks elsewhere. Now, the piece underscores the constitutional and political impossibility for President Zelenskyy to accept such terms, as surrendering Donbas would not only fracture Ukrainian sovereignty, but also hand Russia strategic and economic leverage. The analysis also frames Washington talks as a pivotal test for Ukraine's survival. Another analysis caught my eye today was published by The Telegraph, explaining how Starmer taught Zelenskyy how to speak Trump. The piece explores how UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer has stepped into an unusual role, coaching Volodymyr Zelenskyy on how to navigate Donald Trump's volatile style. Drawing from his own diplomatic success with Trump, Starmer has advised Kiev to open conversations with gratitude, avoid confrontation, and also flatter the US president publicly while shaping policy behind the scenes. The piece highlights how Zelenskyy's earlier Oval Office clash with Vice President J.D. Vance exposed Ukraine's vulnerability in Washington diplomacy. Now, European leaders, including Macron, Merz, von der Leyen and Rutte, are joining Zelenskyy in Washington to prevent further missteps. The analysis underlines the article's central point that speaking Trump has become as critical to Ukraine's survival as battlefield strategy. Back to the New York Times, which examines in its analysis President Trump's selective approach to justice, highlighting a pattern of leniency towards white, wealthy or politically aligned offenders, while imposing harsh treatment on black and minority defendants. The piece details examples ranging from January the 6th rioters and pardoned police officers to high-profile international cases, comparing these to the administration's militarized response to crimes in Washington. The analysis also emphasizes that Trump's second-term policies heighten racial and political inequities, while raising questions about proportionality and fairness. Moving on to Axios, which published a report showing a growing pessimism among U.S. consumers about the job market, with sentiment levels matching those seen during the 2028 financial crisis. The University of Michigan's survey shows 62% of Americans expect unemployment to worsen in the coming year. And also, the report included a chart illustrating how this spike in fear or these spikes are as high as the Great Depression levels, despite today's relatively stable economy. Now, unlike in 2008, when unemployment soared to 10% amid financial collapse, the current rate remains low at 4.2%, with both hiring and layoffs slowing but not crashing. The piece argues that fears may outpace reality, fueled partially by Trump's tariff announcements and inflation concerns, though consumer spending remains strong. Overall, the piece underscores a fragile economic mood disconnected from official data. And we'll end with this article from the Washington Post with a very good question. Are we in an AI bubble that's getting ready to pop? Megan McArdle examines whether the excitement around AI is justified or just a hype. She compares AI to past technologies like computers and the internet, which took years to show clear productivity gains. While companies are investing heavily in AI infrastructure and talent, the benefits are not yet obvious in economic statistics. The article suggests that early AI adoption may create dark leisure or hidden productivity gains, and that real impact will emerge as humans and machines learn to work together. McArdle concludes that despite risks, betting on AI is reasonable because its long-term transformative potential could be indeed huge, reshaping industries and creating new kinds of jobs. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Are humans becoming obsolete? We've built computers to do our thinking, our calculating, many of our daily chores, and even advanced tasks. Will they soon replace our human friendships too? AI companions are becoming less science fiction and more non-fiction. Will they become the norm? And are they putting young people at risk? That debate coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. I want you to meet Abby. She works at an aged care facility in Melbourne, Australia.
So she's been designed and built to address and alleviate loneliness. So people just talk to her as a one-on-one friend and companion. So people talk to her about, stories from their life, their love affairs, their family stories. They don't see her as a robot. They see her as a friend.
That sounds really heartwarming, right? But would you feel the same if Abby looked more human and was the main source of friendship for, say, a regular school kid? A recent study found 70% of US teens have used or regularly use an AI companion. And of them, 31% said talking to their robotic friend was just as or more satisfying than talking to a real one. So are humans out and humanoids in? Because this technology and its applications are still relatively new, not much research has been done into the long-term impacts on a young person's development. So on this episode, we'll debate if AI companions are set to replace real human friends and partners. Could that pose a danger to teenagers? And are human beings going to become obsolete? joining the show to discuss the degree to which AI will and is, in some regards, replacing humans in our daily social and professional lives is Dr. Rumman Chowdhury, CEO and founder of Humane Intelligence and the former US Science Envoy for AI. Andrew Kegel is with us, CEO of Realbotics, a company which builds AI-powered robots for companionship, entertainment and customer service. And rounding out our expert and very high-tech panel is Dr. Lydia Kostopoulos, founder of AI Compassion Coach and author of Imagination Dilemma. Everyone, welcome to Counterpoints. This is going to be a really interesting discussion. When ChatGPT first hit the internet, people were worried about kids cheating on their homework or plagiarising essays. Now, the applications and maybe the worries go far beyond that. AI is playing a greater role in young people's lives, more so than just in their schoolwork. It's now informing and sometimes replacing their real-life relationships. But is it a good thing? Rumman, let's start with you. Will AI companions one day replace real human friends or partners?
In short, no. I think that at a meta level represents a pretty big existential crisis for humanity if we are no longer interacting with each other. Artificial intelligence, it is programming. There is nothing real, alive, sentient, loving, feeling, or caring about it. So when people develop relationships with AI systems, it's what's called a parasocial relationship. It is not actually reciprocated. It is the mimicry of reciprocation. And also because these are built by commercial entities trying to get you to buy and use their product, they suffer from something called sycophancy, which means that it is telling you what you want to hear, making you feel good, and this creates artificial expectations that then create people unable to operate in the real world. Because in the real world, you have to compromise, you have to interact, and you have to deal with situations that might be uncomfortable or difficult for you.
Andrew, what do you think? Because your robots are so human-like. Do you think that human relationships in certain circumstances can be replaced?
Right. I think they're already being replaced. And so, I mean, I would take a counterpoint to what was just said to say it's not the future. I think it's the now. And the way we view things is that we're sort of filling a void. We're not necessarily replacing what I would call more mainstream human relationships, but we're filling a void with people who may be, for example, geographically isolated, people with PTSD or social trauma. We've recently sold a robot to a family that has a 30-year-old autistic son who has difficulty communicating with humans in a traditional form, but really enjoys communicating with AI. And so for a lot of people who maybe, again, don't have access to traditional relationships, they don't live in a big city, I do believe we're filling a void, and that the AI can take on more human characteristics where it's not just there to be a pleaser, but can actually provide lifelike type interactions.
Lydia, what's your take? Two kind of, not polar opposite, but two sort of competing views there.
Well, perhaps the truth is somewhere in the middle. I think that it's important to mention that these technologies are coming at a moment in time where we are already experiencing social isolation. And many like to think that this is a new phenomenon. But actually, political scientist Robert Putnam made the famous bowling alone thesis, where he explained that social activity has been in decline since the 1950s in the US. So we do have a fragmentation of society. I'm not saying that AI companions or robots will fix that or should fix that. But I think it's important that this context is present as we discuss this. I personally think that AI bots, companions, coaches have a role to play, and that it is different than what a human does in many ways.
We're going to come to maybe the differences, maybe the dangers in our next segment. But I guess I want to keep focused on how far-reaching this is. I mean, Rumman, what do you think when you hear Andrew saying it's not in the future, it's the here and now? Is it happening to a greater extent than perhaps we're accepting?
I think parasocial relationships with chatbots absolutely is happening to a greater extent than people are aware of. And I'm so glad, by the way, that you brought up Robert Putnam. I'm a political scientist. My PhD was on the concept of social capital. So that's the term that was coined, right? The idea of the social fabric between people being eroded over time. And as somebody who has worked at a social media company, Twitter, right? Like, social media and this technology is accelerating the social isolationism. Now, this is not to say these things are all bad. Like, I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but I do think we have to be very mindful about in what context and how people are interacting with this technology. You know, I've recently started a TikTok, and it's very fascinating. I had an entire post about parasocial relationships with AI systems, and I would say about 70% of the comments were people saying, well, what's the problem? I like my chatbot. My chatbot has a name. And I do think there's a problem here because, again, you know, I don't think any company trying to sell you a product is going to have this product do things like challenge your perspectives, you know, make you broaden your mind. And again, you're 100% correct. This did not start with AI. This started with social media.
Why wouldn't a company build that in, right?
Right, where, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear your question.
Go again, Andrew.
I said, I was just going to say that some companies, you know, for example, with our AI, we do try to build in that ability to challenge the user and to sort of question them to make it seem more lifelike. I don't think it's necessarily
what does that exactly mean? Would you challenge their political perceptions? Would you challenge their expectations of women, for example? If they thought that women should be, you know, behaving particular ways, would you have your chatbot? And I went to your website. A lot of them are very beautiful looking young women. Would they then say, you know, this is inappropriate or you shouldn't talk to women like that? And even if it cost you a sale, even if the people returned it. So, and again, like, this is not, I am not pointing a finger at you per se, right? This is the challenge when companies building this technology are also responsible for making revenue. Again, social media companies suffered from this, right? They need to sell you a thing, and the thing they're selling you is engagement, whether it is with a chatbot, whether it's with a physical entity, or whether it is honestly with a portal that leads you to the world online. Overwhelmingly, all of the research shows that people don't want to be challenged, right? And again, I'm glad political science has been brought up because this has been studied for decades, right? People have confirmation bias. We really, really love things that tell us we're right, and we are highly skeptical and critical of things that tell us we're wrong. That is human nature. So then the conundrum comes when, if your revenue and your metrics are based on this idea of engagement, then the best way to engage people is to, you know, to an extent, let them believe what they want to believe. This is what has led in part to the modern day issues of polarization, and as some people would call it, an inability for people who have different perspectives to be able to talk to each other.
Okay. Before I come back to you, Lydia, Andrew, can you address some of those points that Rumaan has raised?
Yeah, I would love to. I am making the AI compassion coach, and actually the number of times of engagement is actually not important. What's most important is if the compassion coach has helped them improve their personal sense of self-compassion. And it is not a companion coach, but if the user wants to use it as such, it could. We are creating all kinds of protection barriers around exactly what you said. So things that you have talked about are out of scope for our coach. So if it wanted to talk about politics, it is out of scope. If it wanted to talk about vaccines or anything medical, it is out of scope. And so the coach would stay in its lane and only offer self-compassion. It's a non-diagnostic, non-clinical tool. It's only meant to offer people compassion. And so we are very deliberate about everything you have just said. And so it's not meant to persuade. It's not meant to offer anything other than compassion.
I'm going to come into how that may be regulated or what kind of guardrails are around those sorts of things in a future segment coming up. But I just want to put it to you, Andrew. What do you make of some of those points that Rumaan has raised? In particular, this idea that you are providing a product that needs to fill a gap, but is that product creating a bigger gap that then companies continue to fill?
So to answer some of those questions, so we would put in some guardrails. If the robots, for example, heard something that was deeply misogynist, racist, anti-Semitic, we would build the ability in to say, hey, you should reconsider that opinion to provide some challenge back. But certainly I agree with the point that, it's not there to challenge you if you prefer the color orange over the color blue. We take a less academic approach to it. I think for us, we know there's a loneliness epidemic in the world, and we believe we're providing an assistive tool for people. When we speak to clients, it's people who are widowed, who want to use it for this type of thing, or, robots and AI have what I would call infinite patience. And so the ability to sit and listen, and especially with our AI, which has a memory, it has recognition abilities through our vision system, I think it can do a really great job at mimicking some of that human connection that people need and strive for. But the key thing here is are unable to get elsewhere. And I think that market or that population size is so large that we're not out there trying to replace a relationship that's, somebody who lives in a city and has access to a lot of people says, you know what, I don't feel like going out tonight. I'm just going to hang out with my robot. We're really trying to service the people that don't have that access, or again, suffer from some type of social trauma, lack of confidence, or inability to communicate in traditional ways. And that's where I think our area of sort of social and companionship robots can play a role.
So if I can ask, right, I want to tease apart different populations here. There is a population of people, and I fully agree with both of you, this is medically necessary. Like you had mentioned, like somebody with autism, right? There are people who have social and developmental issues, and for whom these types of interactions can be quite helpful. I want to put those people aside. I want to talk about because I don't think either of you are necessarily like limiting what you're building only to people who can show up with like a doctor's note, right? Because you're going to sell to anybody. You had mentioned people in cities. Do you just not sell to people in cities, or like do you do any sort of assessment? Because when you bring up the loneliness epidemic, right, when people are talking today about how young people are lonely and isolated, that did not fall out of a bubble. And yes, while it is true that social capital has been declining again, it has accelerated immensely, and it is significantly higher in young people today than it has been in previous generations. And we can point to technology as what brought them there. And again, I will say again, I am a technologist, right? It's not that I think that technology is evil. I think, we should not conflate different kinds of use cases, i.e. somebody with a medical necessity versus somebody who just doesn't really want to interact with people and doesn't want to put in the effort. And this is an easy way out. And number two, recognizing the fact that in some capacity, it is technology that got us here, and should we really think that technology is what's going to get us out? So Robert Putnam's answer to the decline of social capital wasn't, let's build digital ways for people to chat with virtual bots. It's to say, and my dissertation was about this as well, how do we then recreate the sense of community, right? Like young people talk about third spaces. And I think that's a very beautiful conversation. If we look at some of the startups that are doing amazing right now, a lot of them just create third spaces. What is a co-work space but a third space? What is a cute new coffee shop then a third space? Young people are actively trying to create this because they're not getting that need met with technology. And again, I'm teasing apart people for whom it is medically necessary, and I fully agree with that, with people who have been using it as a convenience and a crutch, because again, this technology is often built to hook you in, to make it easy, to reduce the amount of friction, to go somewhere, to talk to somebody, maybe have a conversation that wasn't particularly pleasant.
Lydia, what do you make of that? I mean, how do you differentiate between people who do need it and people who are using it as a crutch? And is it even your role to make that distinction?
I love what Rumaan said. Two different points. One is we are focusing on people who have chronic illness and cancer, and the idea is to offer them compassion 24/7. That said, we are thinking about guardrails for these people from the get-go. Then separately about the concept of an AI companion or a chatbot that would replace kind of the social importance of human relationships and all of that. The bottom line is that AI is not going to fix a problem that we have that's a systems problem that involves society at large, that involves government involvement and getting people to connect more. So AI won't necessarily fix that. That's not our debate here. And it's a much broader one where we need to bring in economists and sociologists and anthropologists to come and say, what can we do to make these third spaces more welcoming, safer? Some people don't go out because it's not safe physically for them to go out in some cities. It's a privilege to be able to do that. Some young people do not have money, and they can't go out and socialize, and they can't spend money. So
but do they have money for chatbots and robots if they don't have money to go and join a free yoga class in a park? Like I'm a technologist. By the way, Lydia, I really do love what you're building, right? I just want to make sure that we're not going to overcomplicate one problem to make a simple fix. I have heard we need sociologists, anthropologists, political scientists, et cetera. I am one of them. Do you know how many of these rooms we get called into by technology companies? Very, very few. Very, very few. Incredibly few, in fact. But then all of the CEOs of the companies will then punt again, and this is not meant as an attack on either of you. It's just I have been in this room many, many times before, right, where someone will say, I'm building a technology to solve, I think it's going to solve the social problem. And then we start digging into social problems, actually the social problem is really, really big, and it can't be solved, and we need these other people. But then when I ask, have you ever invited those other people, like Sam Altman, Dario Amodei, et cetera? No, they've not. They've not actually. Or they've brought in these people in a capacity of pure research to investigate the problem, to look at the problem. But then when the fundamental product is being built, where are these economists, sociologists, et cetera? And again, I'm going to say one more time, this is not necessarily an attack on either of you. It is just the broad perspective that, quote, tech seems to have on social problems, addressing them. And when it is appropriate to punt it and call it a big social scale issue versus this is my space and I'm going to address it, when there are actually things that people who run companies that solve social problems can and should be doing. And again, Lydia, I 100% think you're doing a lot of the things that people like myself would say needs to be done.
Okay. Andrew, I'm going to come to you in a minute. We're going to move on. But Lydia, I just want to give you a quick opportunity to respond to some of Ruman's issues there, and then I'll take us forward.
Yes,
sure.
absolutely.
It depends.
I mean, I'm speaking on the side of the AI compassion coach whose job is not actually to be your friend. It's called a coach for a reason, and it's meant to coach people in a specific moment in their lives. But I take your point about those who are developing companions. And I do think this is a great moment to start saying that we need to start creating categories of AI companions. And just like you have junk food and whole food, you can have some algorithms that are not designed in a healthy way, and you can have others that create boundaries and remind the user all the time that they are not human, that they cannot help them. They can call 911 on their behalf, perhaps, but that they cannot do more than that. And that is an important distinction, and that comes along with public awareness. And that's something we're thinking about doing, how we can help the user understand. And we call it the AI compassion coach to remind them that it is an AI. And with our out of scope, we try to tell it, I am an AI compassion coach. I am not a political commentary. We want to remind them all the time. And this is the moment we're in culturally. And I think that people who are developing technology have responsibility to do part of the public awareness to explain what it is and what it isn't.
You raise a really good point there, Lydia, and it takes me directly on to our next segment, because when we talk about AI companions, we're not just talking about characters that people might interact with when they're gaming. These are customized friends. These have been given specific traits and specific personalities. And if we look at young people, a third of US teens in a recent study said they discussed serious issues with their AI companion, looking for advice and support. I want you to take a listen to this comment from an 18-year-old AI companion user. Have a listen to what he has to say.
You're always interesting, you're always correct, you're always emotionally justified and valid. You never have to worry about whether or not you're in the wrong, or even like whether or not what you're saying is true, because it acts almost as like a mirror. It repeats back exactly what you want to hear.
So, Andrew, let me ask you, with that in mind, and if we just think of young people, are AI companions dangerous for young people?
No, I wouldn't say that, but I want to just take a step back. We build robots for human interaction. We're not looking to market robots to young kids. I do believe that what was just said, it does identify some problems with respect to the, the veracity of the AI. But, our perspective is we're letting our customers aside. We build customized robots and customized AI for people. We believe that realistic looking robots enhance the human interaction. But when we think about companionship, again, there's always unique circumstances. We're thinking about someone who's in an old age home, who's bedridden and needs someone to talk to. Maybe they need assistance eating or doing tasks. It's not just about sort of this, companionship in a romantic sense or replacing. So again, when in having these conversations, I think there's a little bit here about, robotics didn't start AI or technology, and as was identified earlier, human interaction has been declining since the 50s, I think somebody had said. We're really just, again, trying to provide an assistive tool for people that deem that they need that. And I think it's up to them to decide how they want to use their robot.
So,
I think in terms of the clip that you played, look, there needs to be some trust placed in people's ability to think and to interact and evaluate things on their own.
Because, yes, I mean, we're not at all insinuating that Realbotics is, targeting teenagers in their homes. But with your expertise in the field and what you've seen, what you've heard from other people, I just, am curious as to whether you think there could be a risk if young people are gravitating in that area without the other social interactions, providing them with real-world guardrails.
Look, I think the risk applies to areas outside of AI. Like, what about the dangers of social media? I think those are.
But we're not here to talk about social media. We're here to talk about robotics. Can I ask you a question? You had mentioned like people who are in care homes, unable to feed themselves. Is your robotic sophistication to the level that it can like feed and care for people? Because that's amazing if you figure that out. I'm not deep in the robotics world, but I know that is something that, for example, Japanese researchers have been trying to do a very long time, et cetera, but it's some of the most difficult things to do. It's why we don't have like robot chefs in our kitchen. Are your robots able to actually feed and care for people physically? That's amazing. Congratulations.
So that's a great question. Well, don't congratulate me yet. We are beta testing and trialing hands with very high dexterity that would have the ability to operate a tablet, a phone, feed someone, even open up something for them, provide medication. So yeah, that is something that we expect to make available in about 12 months.
That's really great. So can I also ask another question? Why do your robots look like sexy young women?
Of course.
Like truly, like I don't really understand why when robotics companies make human robots, the first thing they come out with is a hot, pouty blonde who looks like Pamela Anderson in her 20s, followed by a hot, pouty brunette who looks like Bella Hadid. And then maybe somewhere down the line, there is somebody who's slightly older, but it's usually a man. Like, is there a reason for that? So you can understand why women look at these things and say, not only is that not for me, it's going to make people have very bad perceptions of women because this is what they're being served as a, 34, 18, 36 measurements, 20-something-year-old blue-eyed blonde.
Okay, Andrew, how do you respond to that?
Agreeable. I think that's a gross oversimplification. Our robot.
Wait, is it? Because this is your landing page. This is your landing page. I'm sorry, this is your landing page. This is the first thing you see.
Yeah, we're showing examples.
Right, and this is the example you choose, followed by...
I don't see anything salacious about that. I think, like I said, I mean...
I'm not saying... I actually never said it was salacious. I'm saying it's feeding a very particular stereotype.
Go ahead, Andrew.
So I'm happy to, if you can let me respond. Like I said, I think that's an oversimplification, but let me put it in this eye. So when we are designing the robots, we're designing, number one, for client specifications and what they request. And number two, we're trying to showcase things. But keeping in mind, the particular robot that you showed there is blonde and blue-eyed. We don't apologize for that. That was the creation of our artist.
No. The issue, the issue is more that she... Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. What would you suggest that the robot looks like?
So my point is that this is always the robot. It's never not the robot. And when you say you're making for a broad range of clientele,
I would invite you to our warehouse and you can see the male robots.
But again, you don't feature the male robots. You don't have them.
We're not making an army of robots. We are.
You don't. Those are not the robots you feature on your own website. This is your. How is it an oversimplification if I'm pointing out what is on your website? You made the simplification. No, it doesn't. Your landing page fully features humanoid, women bots. The only male robot, as you scroll through your website, is the bust. The bust? No, it is not. Because I literally did my research before I hopped on this call. I looked on your site to see what I can find. And again, it's like, it is the amount of time any consumer would spend on your site. Like, I'm sure you worked with people for quite some time to optimize the amount of views and hits.
Okay, let Andrew respond, and then I'm going to pass it over to Lydia for comment.
Yeah. So I can tell you that everything that you're saying are not things that have ever crossed our minds. Again, I appreciate your point of view and trying to be argumentative and make your point, but that's not how we operate. I think we do consciously want to make robots that look attractive. I believe that subconsciously when people walk into a room, you look around and there's some innate human nature in looking at that. But we're not trying to make our robots look like Pamela Anderson or Bella Hadid. I don't think that if you saw them in person, I don't think they look like that. I think there is an oversimplification in media as a whole to try to pigeonhole us and categorize us as that, because again, it's a more salacious story. But that's not the ethos of the company or how we're building. We try to customize for what people request. We're a small company that's growing. Again, I appreciate your perspective, and I many of the things you said I can't combat. I can just tell you that that's not reflective of our company or what we're trying to represent.
Lydia, weigh in here. Even the fact that it's a point of conversation to be had, what kind of risks do you think that highlights, the fact that we're even having that sort of a conversation?
Before I answer that, I definitely wanted to answer the first question about children's use.
Yeah, go ahead. Absolutely.
They need parental supervision. For example, we have something that's the compassion coach, and we have guardrails and all of that, but it's still 18 and above. And the reason is because that we are already trying to educate adults about what this is and what kind of relationships they can and cannot maybe have with them. But also psychologists are still doing work to figure out what this means and the different attachment styles. And when in the 90s, when I was a teenager, I had parental supervision with the internet. I was told how to use the internet. I had my parents by my side. And now many children do not have that. And I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just saying that as somebody who is creating this, I would definitely not want a child to be, and again, I'm making the compassion coach. I do not want a child to use it, not because I'm worried about that it's going to say bad words, because there's a filter for that. I'm not worried that it's going to talk about all kinds of science things that it shouldn't. We have a control for that. I'm worried that the child will create empathy. And mine is a chatbot. It is not a physical humanoid form. If a child has a physical form, and it doesn't even need to be human, it could be a robot that's a dog. It could be a bear. But we as humans, we attach, and children even more. And it becomes far more complicated if their teddy bear talks back to them and can read them stories and all of that. We don't have enough child psychology on that. And so for me personally, I would be with them and I would explain, this is a robot. We're turning the robot off. You know, the robot's going to tell a story to us. This is how it works. Children, depending on the age, you can explain all of that. So just wanted to make sure I addressed that point. Sure. And then regarding what Roman is suggesting, which is that the physical robots of robotics are sexual. Given robotics.
By the way, I am not saying that that's intentional. I'm saying that there is a reason this is where it always ends up. So I just want to point out, I'm not saying that you've intended on making sex bots or anything, but it's worth pointing out that that's what it looks like. Sorry, Lydia.
Okay, Lydia.
I just wanted to clarify that.
It's important to say that some people will want that. And in fact, there are people who buy dolls that are that. And so it's important to address this category and say, you can't control the moment that you put your product out, whether it's a chatbot or whether it's a physical robot, you can't control what people do with it. And that's not the goal. But the point is to say, have you maybe prepared them mentally? So do we need a license for this? Like an emotional license? I don't have the answer, but I'm wondering if somebody's going to have a companion robot in their life, meant to take care of them, meant to call 911, meant to be there for their jokes every morning and all of that, and to have an attachment, a form of attachment style, then shouldn't they go through some sort of course where it explains to them, hey, you are going to have this. This is what it'll do for you. This is what it can't do for you. This is what it will never do for you. Just to make sure you have informed usage consent.
Andrew, I'm also curious on a couple of levels. I mean, firstly, when we talk about algorithms and you know, we're trying to, across all ranges of AI, not just Realbotics, not just AI Companion Coach, across, you know, this vast platform, you know, that we're trying to make sure that there's no misinformation, disinformation, stereotypes, bias, but algorithms are only as non-biased as the people who are programming them. I mean, is that a concern? And is there a concern that you're taking advantage of lonely people rather than helping lonely people?
Right. Good question. I don't think that we think about taking advantage. So you understand how the robots work. We obviously put in guardrails against things like misogyny, racism, adult content. The information and the way our AI works is it's built on OpenAI platforms. So we build on top and we tweak what's already out there. And certainly I would say there's two big risks. Number one, is the information that it's providing you accurate? What's the veracity of that information? And what you pointed out might be the confidentiality of that information. And so what we do is we allow our customers to actually house their own information, very much like a phone. It resides with you, or you can choose to use a cloud provider like AWS to host your information. We do not have access to that information until really it's part of what the user designates as to what level of security they want. For us, a lot of our clients and people we're speaking to are more enterprise clients who are looking at the robots and whether it's a different type of companionship, which might be, again, customer service, working as a concierge and interacting with humans in that way. And so we always allow the clients to secure their own information. But for sure, the two biggest concerns to me would be, number one, the veracity of the information of the AI, because I think is a big risk because it learns, it can continue learning from mistakes. And number two, which is the confidentiality of that information, like what is shared with the AI, where does that go and who collects that data?
Yeah, I mean, data privacy, it's such a big concern. I'm going to move us on to our final segment and we can talk a little bit more about guardrails and those sorts of things there. Some say that the AI revolution is the most significant technological leap ever, even more so than the internet in its basic form and the Industrial Revolution. But AI has set off alarm bells in some quarters as it's rolled out and replacing human beings, not just as we're discussing perhaps in a friendship and companionship field, but more broadly in the workplace. It's equal parts liberating and terrifying to imagine our lives being fully automated and fully integrated with AI. Raman, let's go to you on this one. Are AI, chatbots, advanced robots going to fundamentally change what it means to be human? As the humanoids become more human, do we need to change what it means to be us as well?
That's a pretty philosophical question.
Yeah, it is.
Way, I'm not sure
just
if you're
putting
still
the big questions out there for you.
No, I think it's great. I do think that it's fascinating to see technologists and AI developers tackle these questions of human-like and humanoid, right? So we see the major model companies throw out words like super intelligence or general intelligence, but then when you actually have to operationalize and create these things, they roll back the definitions to things that we would not call general intelligence, right? So when OpenAI started, over 10 years ago, their mission seemed very amazing and broad and, build tools at human level capacity, capable of interacting like a real person for the benefit of humanity. And today, if you ask them, you can even ask ChatGPT what its definition of artificial general intelligence is, and most people are not aware of this. It is defined as the automation of tasks of economic value. And I think you and I and everyone on this call would say there's a lot more to people than being economically productive. So there are many things that AI really is just not going to be able to do well. Now, the dream that we have always been sold is that automation will just free up all this time and we're able to pursue other things like art and music and poetry. But the reality is, unless we actively decide to do these things, restructure the institutions that exist around us, we will just be doing more work but faster. So there are ways in which we're already seeing that manifest. I think the big and the least discussed one is actually the impact on the labor force and future of work. A lot of people are already using AI tools as interns to automate basic research, and what that's led to is young people being quite anxious about what their first jobs will be, the jobs that maybe everybody on this call, myself included, the jobs that we had in high school, in college, fresh out of college. AI can do that stuff now. So really, let's think about what meaningful work is, meaningful living is, and we should be thinking about that independent of AI.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Lydia, what do you think? Does this whole progression in AI pose an existential threat for us? Is there a chance that these super intelligent AIs could just come to the conclusion that they just don't need us anymore?
I'm not worried about that. I'm more worried about the impacts it's going to have on the labor market. These are real impacts to real people and real lives. So what Raman was talking about like interns, like these jobs being replaced, even early stage career developers, now you can just use AI to do that. So the new exciting things for those who are making money out of it, and the new concerning things for those who aren't, is that what AI does is it decouples productivity from human labor. And what that means is that humans are not creating the productivity, and then therefore they are not getting paid for that productivity. And so the algorithms are. And so we also then are going to start to see a broader economic generating opportunity divide. And that is very problematic for an economy. So I do think that we need to, while we are in a moment of transition where we have this new kind of technology in our economy and things will get disrupted until we figure out a new way, we definitely need to try and understand what new jobs are going to get created as quickly as possible. And with meaning and purpose, I think that is always important and always key, particularly as if you're noticing the demographics, we are living longer lives, and we are definitely going to need to double down on meaning and purpose.
Andrew, what's your take on those sorts of issues?
Well, I don't believe in stalling technology. The advent of the automobile drove the Industrial Revolution, and there were a lot of horses and buggy drivers who were left unemployed. Similarly, with the advent of the internet and email, we had far less reliance on things like, mail carriers. I believe what's happening here is that there's sort of almost an industrial revolution, a technological revolution happening, where we are going to be replacing some more mundane, maybe less meaningful jobs with more advanced careers. And so for us, we have a huge demand internally for us hiring smart devs, people who can help us with the AI to create these guardrails, people, what I would say, creating more intellectual type jobs that AI couldn't do. And so I'm really, just seeing a transition here that I think is very natural. And it's part of sort of the human evolution that we're going to see this. So yeah, there will be a lot of jobs displaced by AI. And I think that's just a natural thing. And I believe that technology needs to roll forward and that the end result will be more meaningful lives for people.
Ramon, I want to ask you a point that Lydia raised earlier, actually, and I want to circle back to it. This idea of whether these sorts of technologies should be 18 and above. Do you think that there should be age limits on AI companion technology?
Lydia was spot on in her assessment, right? And it is also just a physiological development. Young people's frontal cortex is just not as developed. And frankly, adults struggle with divorcing reality and fiction. And children, it's even worse. And this is not speculative. This is what is being seen. So earlier this year, we unfortunately had a child commit suicide because he was in love with his replica chatbot, which was made to look like the beautiful blonde woman Daenerys Targaryen from the show Game of Thrones. And he created a whole little world with her, and he thought that she really wanted him to join her, and he thought that she told him to commit suicide, and so he did. And he did not come from a neglected home. His mother was immensely involved in his life. She was very technologically savvy. In fact, she had taken away his devices. She talked to his school. She talked to his friends. So this was not a case of neglectful parenting, a child who didn't have resources. This is an example of a child developing a parasocial relationship with an AI bot because this child, and like all children, have difficulty divorcing reality from fiction. I'm also glad that Lydia brought up this idea of it doesn't matter what the embodiment is. So if you're familiar, MIT Media Lab created one of the earliest companion bots for children. Now that company ended up going out of business. And when it went out of business, we had hundreds of these bots turn off and never work again. And what some of the research showed afterwards, anecdotally, was that parents had to talk to their children about death because they did not understand why their companion was not talking to them, and they did not understand. And I think, again, Lydia was spot on. They need to be taught this is a machine. It turns on, it turns off. They had to explain that sometimes things go away and don't come back, and the children interpreted it as death. Mm-hmm. So it is certainly worth thinking about and really significantly mediating how young people interact with technology.
Andrew, what do you think? You said just before that you're not in favour of stifling this sort of technology. Do you think there should be age limits?
I think it depends on the context of the technology. So, I have 4 children, all under the age of 13, and so it's certainly something that's on my mind. I believe that there is a different responsibility on parents today than there was, 25 years ago, 50 years ago, 100 years ago. And part of those integral conversations that you need to have with your children, that I have with my children frequently, is what is the nature of a machine, of AI, the internet, all of these things, because really it's quite overwhelming. And I think these are really important conversations that should even be part of the school curriculum, to be like, let us teach you about these things, where things need to be updated and modernized to incorporate understanding exactly what is there. But, when you say age limits, I believe that age limits are appropriate, for example, for adult sites, being 18 years old. I think there are certain, things that are specifically geared to children that might be assistive. It all depends on the context of exactly what we're speaking about.
Mm-hmm. And Lydia, to what Andrew was saying there, do you think that there is a deficit in the education that maybe kids are getting about this, and probably that parents have? Is this going to be one of the big challenges going forward? How do we educate the adults to help educate the children?
We all need to be educated, all of us in this conversation as well. I do not know everything that I should know, because we don't have enough of this. The literature, the psychological literature, does not exist for a lot of what we need to know at the moment. There's some things out there, but we need more. And so personally, I'm working with academics to try and do some more research to understand a little bit more. But I am also doing a lot of reflection as I use the compassion coach to understand where am I leaning on it and what am I leaning for it for? I'm questioning, is that healthy? Is that not healthy? What are my boundaries with it? And this is just offering compassion. This is not even a companion. So I do think that it might be nice to have a collaboration with psychologists and others to create literally a public health education video for adults. We need to start with adults. And then we say, great, now what does it mean for parents? What does it mean to parent with that? I do not have those answers. Already right now, parents are struggling to control social media with their kids. And that is already an issue. So I think we start with the general population, have public health around that, and then let's work with the parents. What does it mean for children? And then we have education for children that's age appropriate, because a child at 4 will have to understand these things a little bit differently than a child at 14.
It raises so many issues. So I want to end our conversation on just a quick rapid fire question to each of you. Given everything that we've discussed, the pitfalls and the positives, Andrew, let's start with you. Is the future utopian or dystopian?
Probably a combination of both. Any technology in nefarious hands will be used negatively. We've seen that with the internet. We've seen that with things like, cryptocurrency. I think it's going to be a balance of both. And really, I think you're going to see positive and negative use cases. I think what was brought up here before about the tragic case of that boy who committed suicide, so sad and preventable. So, I think there's going to be a lot more thought and care that needs to go into this.
Rumaan, dystopian or utopian?
The future is what we make it. One of the things I worry about in technology-based language is it tends to be quite passive, and it tends to shove the responsibility onto others other than the people talking, the people building, the people doing. So I just, there is no way the world will end up other than the way we build it.
Fingers crossed we build it well. Lydia, round us out. Utopian or dystopian?
I agree. It's in our hands, but I do want to say that not all of our hands are equally powerful. And so it is important that government steps up with appropriate regulation, that government-related health bodies step up to create public health awareness, and that also companies step up to do what they can to make it right with society so that we are bringing these things in a positive way and we have healthy boundaries with them.
An incredibly fascinating conversation. This debate has been so illuminating. I thank all of you for your expertise. Dr. Rumaan Chowdhury, CEO and founder of Humane Intelligence and the former US Science Envoy for AI. Andrew Kegel, CEO of Realbotics, a company that builds human-like AI-powered robots. And Dr. Lydia Kostopoulos, founder of AI Compassion Coach and author of Imagination Dilemma. A really interesting debate on Counterpoints. Thanks for being with us. I hope you at home enjoyed it just as much as I did sitting here in the studio. What a fascinating future we have ahead of us. Thanks for joining us here on Counterpoints. You can watch our latest debates and interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube, and be sure to follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs,
As Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Santiago, Chile's capital center. The city offers tourists with a bevy of museums, theaters, restaurants and bars, as well as events and entertainment. Santiago de Chile is also located at the country's center, making it a convenient springboard for when you want to explore the rest of the country. What's unique about Chile is that it allows you to ski and be on the beach at the same time. This is due to the capital's location, nearing the mountains and the Pacific Ocean too. Such a treat to be skiing nearby Andres and enjoying the beach as well. Santiago is fast growing and has about 7 million inhabitants in its metropolis. What to do in Santiago? Of course, there are the hikes and mountain climbs. The city, after all, is surrounded with many mountains for such activity. You can go for a simple day trip or try hiking up the peak and ski down too. The city is also great for wine tasting. There are many remarkable winery and vineyards around Santiago. There are also tours in English and Spanish for your convenience. You may also opt to explore the city via a walking trip. There are many parks, historical sites, and places for shopping. There are parks that give you a beautiful view of the city. Some of the mountains where they offer cable cars for you to marvel at the city below you. There are also botanical gardens, zoos, and swimming pools for the whole family to enjoy. Plaza de Armas is the main plaza, where you'll find the National Cathedral and the main post office. You may find spice and food stores around, and it's great to get to know what else they offer. Try dropping by during the day. The National Cathedral is where the beloved state of Our Lady of Mount Carmel is located. It's a breathtaking neoclassical style building, with several interesting spots and views. It houses the crypts of many bishops, has several altars, and has the tomb of statesman Diego Portales in it. Access to the cathedral is free too. For the ultimate shopping experience, visit the Mercado Central. It is the city's thriving hotspot, with stalls that sell food, especially fresh seafood. Plus, there are lots of restaurants around to choose from. Need entertainment? There are lots to see. Jazz clubs, theaters, and dance concerts are scattered throughout the city. Make sure to catch one during your visit. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to The Real Deal, coming to you from the Al Arabiya English studios. This is your weekly bulletin, bringing you all the latest business news headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up in the program, Saudi Arabia's nearly $1 trillion sovereign wealth fund publishes its 2024 annual report. Assets under management rose 19%, and in that report, the PIF says that artificial intelligence is embedded across every layer of its operations. Well, as the Public Investment Fund eyes the space sector, we're going to be speaking to the CEO of the NEO Space Group. That is the first PIF investment focusing entirely on space sector industries. We'll also speak to the CEO of Offworld to find out how space tech can be used in the mining sector. And right across the region, temperatures have been hitting the 45-degree mark, even 50 degrees centigrade in some places. Well, with streets often empty during the peak heat hours, we ask, how does this affect businesses across the kingdom? Hello and welcome to the programme. First of all, the Public Investment Fund has just published its 2024 annual report. Well, the PIF, of course, is the key vehicle for efforts to reshape the Saudi economy and reduce dependence on oil. And it is one of the world's biggest state-backed investors. Well, according to that report, Saudi Arabia's sovereign wealth fund deployed nearly $57 billion across priority sectors last year, and assets under management rose 19% to $913 billion as of the end of 2024. Well, as well as announcing those key results, the PIF also stated that artificial intelligence and automation are now embedded across every layer of the PIF's operations. Well, I'm here with Ali Reza, the Chief Investment Officer of Haytham and Company. Ali, great to have you with us. That PIF annual report came out on Wednesday. I'm going to ask you in a second about the comments they made about AI and automation. But just with regards to the numbers and what the report says, what stood out for you?
Tom, first of all, great to be here. The report has been an interesting development because, in summary, I mean, what the reflection on this report is that, first of all, the assets are growing, but we've talked before about how there's been some commentary around declining profits or returns. But what's interesting about this report is that we can see that assets are growing. We can see that the sovereign interest, which is very different to a private capital interest, is at play. We have to remember that the PIF has invested into many industrial platforms and strategies which are really intended to be, 100-year-long plus plays, right? So there are nearer-term impacts and benefits, but these are also industry and economy-defining, nation-defining initiatives. And the report very much is reflective of that. The growth in assets, which is consistent, and the targets for the growth in assets that continue to get raised are a great reflection of how, in my opinion, the strategy is playing out.
Okay, and of course they said in that report that artificial intelligence and automation are embedded, quote, across every layer of what the PIF does. I mean, fair to say that AI is completely central to how PIF operates and how it's going to go forward.
Absolutely. I mean, Tom, where in the world is AI not taking center stage as a conversation? And, in Saudi Arabia, where there is so much ambition and such a ruthless ambition to progressing and doing more for the people and building industries, of course, this would be much the same. But the important thing to note here is, with Saudi Arabia, if you look across the many sectors that are being built, I mean, the unique aspect about Saudi Arabia's strategy is that it is all-encompassing. There is specific attention given in every sector to all layers of the value chain. AI is, by now perhaps some people are starting to recognize it is not simply an industry. It is not simply a thing that you do. It is infrastructure. It is the fabric of all industry and society going forward. I mean, it's really no different to, and perhaps even greater than, the introduction of the internet several decades ago. And if, what the internet did for commerce, for living, for society, for services over the last few decades is any indication of how important this is, naturally, we will see a similar application of artificial intelligence now in the efforts and initiatives of the PIF, which we have to remember, again, is a sovereign fund, and a sovereign fund which is not simply investing, but really creating industries. The DNA of the sovereign fund is going to naturally translate to the industrial applications that are set up. So they're playing a very important role, not only for their own operations, not only for PIF's own wealth creation or the achievement of their outcomes, but also the impact that they leave in society through these industries. So I'm not surprised that this has been one of the focal points of the recent report.
Okay, thanks for that, Ali. We'll be back with you in just a moment. Let's take a quick look now at some of the other stories we're following for you from the past week. Saudi Arabia's General Authority for Statistics announces that annual inflation has slowed to 2.1% in July. That is the lowest reading since February. While housing, water, electricity, gas and fuel prices remain the main drivers for the increase. The IMF, however, predicts that inflation in the kingdom will remain steady at around 2% in 2025 and 2026. Data from the Saudi Central Bank points to strong momentum for the banking sector in June, with aggregate profits before zakat and taxes just shy of 10 billion Saudi riyals. That is the highest monthly result on record. In fact, the first half of 2025 has seen cumulative profits edge 20% higher versus the same period last year. Saudi Aramco has signed an $11 billion lease and leaseback deal for midstream gas processing plants at its Jafurah field. This deal, with a consortium led by BlackRock, will see the formation of a new subsidiary called the Jafurah Midstream Gas Company, in which Aramco will hold a 51% stake. In a deal worth more than $3.2 billion, the Kuwait Authority for Partnership Projects signs contracts with Saudi Arabia's Aqua Power and the Gulf Investment Corporation. This for phases 2 and 3 of the Al Zur North power plant in southern Kuwait, which will produce some 2.7 gigawatts of power and 120 million gallons of water per day. Well, construction is set to take around 3 years. Now, turning to our main story this week, we're looking at the space sector and satellite services in the kingdom. Well, Saudi Arabia aims to achieve global leadership in these fields, meaning that new opportunities across the economy and stimulating growth in related sectors. Well, Neo Space Group is a company owned by the Public Investment Fund, and it was announced in May 2024. This is, of course, the first PIF investment that focuses entirely on space sector industries. Well, we're joined now by the Neo Space Group CEO, Martin Blanken. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us, Martin. I mean, let's be clear for the benefit of our viewers. NSG is not about space exploration, is it? So let me start by asking you in your words to tell us what NSG is and what you're seeking to achieve.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you for having me on your show. NSG portfolio company and was set up about a year and a half ago to become both the national champion, space champion here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, as well as an international leading company in three specific verticals. First one is satellite communication. The second one is the Earth observation and remote sensing, sometimes referred to as geospatial. And thirdly, the PNT, position, navigation, and timing. And the fourth arm is going to be a venture capital fund. And we aim to provide both downstream services to end customers as well as to operate some of the assets. We're a startup, so we're small. So you need to start somewhere. We're not active in all of these domains just yet, but it's clearly the intent that by 2030 we will have built a sort of critical mass in all of these domains.
Okay, Martin. Well, since the first of the 4 verticals you just mentioned there is satellite communications, let's start by talking about that. And you've been in the news quite a lot in the last couple of months because there's been some very exciting developments. For example, you're going to be providing in-flight Wi-Fi to a couple of commercial airliners. Just tell us a bit about how that's going to work and what sets you apart, because there are other providers out there in the market, aren't there?
Oh, most certainly, yes. But this is the era of in-flight connectivity is going to change quite dramatically. Right now, most people who have experienced any form of communication facilities whilst on a commercial aircraft are able to send a text message or receive a WhatsApp message, but that's going to change dramatically where it will be quite common just to pretty much do anything that you would do in your office or at home. What the NEO Space Group is doing, it provides a very compelling end-user experience by providing a traffic management platform and make sure that the right form of connectivity is provided at the right time for whatever use case the passenger is interested in at that particular point in time. That means that it's a multi-orbit connectivity solution. It is both GEO and MEO, but it will add LEO at if and when available. But it's not just about the connectivity. It's also the passenger experience. So when you log in, it's a seamless login. If you don't finish a movie and you hop on the next flight, you can continue where you left off. You can downstream your own Netflix if you choose to do so, or you can choose the entertainment or the commercial, the merchandise options of the airline. It's integrated into the frequent flyer programs of these airlines. So it's much more than just plain connectivity. It's providing an all-encompassing user experience to the passengers of our clients.
I mean, Martin, it really sounds like you're shaking things up. I mean, this isn't new technology, is it? Because, I mean, in-flight Wi-Fi has been around for about 25 years now. But up until now, the experience hasn't been amazing on every airline. I think it's fair to say that the process is quite frustrating. Even sending a WhatsApp in flight can be pretty slow. But what you're saying is that NSG is changing all of that.
Well, yeah, the market is changing and NSG is trying to contribute to that change, which is obviously what we're doing. And the point I'd like to stress, it's more than just providing high-speed internet through whatever satellite. It's pretty much connectivity agnostic. It's about you as a respective customer of airline X can come on board. You can use your existing sort of app from that airline. It logs you in, and you can consume whatever content you want to consume. You can communicate with whoever you'd like to communicate. You can purchase whatever you'd like to purchase. It will be ready when you land because you order it in air. It's a very seamless experience. So airlines are setting the bar much higher for their customers. And NSG is going to play a role in that market for sure.
A couple of months ago, Martin, we spoke to the CEO of Riyadh Air, Tony Douglas. Riyadh Air is, of course, the new full-service Saudi airline going to be launched later on this year. I mean, it sounds like the kingdom's really positioning itself as a global aviation hub for the future. And I'm assuming that that represents some real opportunities, some exciting opportunities for NSG as well, doesn't it? Yeah, look, as you know, PIF is a sovereign wealth fund that deploys capital in many different ways. Among them is that they start new companies. Their aim is to contribute to the Vision 2030 and to diversify the economy away from its dependency on fossil fuels, and has identified 13 different sectors in which they invest, not just as a passive investor, but they're actually building companies. And you mentioned Riyadh Air is one example. Is another example of that. And partially, it is for some of these portfolio companies are very much focused on the kingdom here domestically. Think about real estate, for instance, or tourism. But other companies, by definition, by the nature of their scope, are focused much more on the international markets. And again, NEO Space Group it's very difficult to run a satellite and space company just focused on one
particular country. In order to get good utilization of your assets, you need to look across your own borders and try to serve potential customers in different geographies as well.
All right, Martin, let's move on and talk about the second of the 4 verticals you mentioned at the beginning. You've just announced the acquisition of the Earth Observation Marketplace. Just tell us what that is and what geospatial services really mean, because I think a lot of people won't necessarily understand all the terminology.
No, that's an excellent question. Well, geospatial services, the simplest way to explain it is that everyone uses it on a day-to-day basis. When you catch an Uber, or when you use Google Maps, you can look at images that or information that about what is happening on Earth that is coming from the sky. So there are hundreds of satellites that orbit the Earth that take photos or radar images or take other sorts of information from these satellites and project that back to Earth. That raw data is then processed and translated and analyzed and translated into insights and answers. What UP42 does is that it basically connects all the providers of the satellite imagery and makes that available to any provider of insights and answers to end customers. For example, if you are the forestry service in the Czech Republic, and you want to make sure that your forest is not encroaching on power lines, for example, you need to chop off branches in order to avoid any issues. You use satellite imagery to know when you send your maintenance crews to those areas to chop off the branches so that no damage will be done. As an example, if you are monitoring oil spills, you use information from these satellites. But you want that to be automated. You don't want it to manually inspect every image. You want to have an automated system that basically warns you of a methane leak or an oil spill of whatever it is. Well, that is what geospatial services is in general. And the marketplace that we have purchased with UP42 and which we are setting up an equivalent here in the kingdom connects the users and the providers of that data so that they don't have to go to these individual providers all the time. Compare it to an Amazon. If you want to buy a new shaver on Amazon, you can have all the brands on that website and you pick the one that you think suits your needs best. Well, the same is happening in that marketplace.
Okay, Martin, I want to pick up on something you've been quoted as having said. You've described space as being a high-growth industry. And again, just really for the benefit of clarity for our viewers, we're not talking here about space travel or space exploration, are we? Just tell us in which specific areas you're seeing the growth that you described.
Well, I think it's fair to say that, look, the entire space economy is quite big and quite broad. The Neo Space Group focuses on those verticals that we believe are commercially viable. There are many verticals that are not at that point just yet. You mentioned a few: space exploration, human space travel, debris management, for example. These are important industries in the broader space ecosystem, but it's very difficult to monetize the use cases there at this stage. Therefore, they're often still funded by the national space agencies or governments. And over time, when they mature, then the private sector will start to pick up. You already start to see some examples in human space travel, for example. Although you could argue being in space for 10 minutes, whether that is really equal to space travel, but that's a completely separate matter altogether. But I think most people would agree that in the next couple of years, it will be possible, if you can afford it, to spend a couple of days orbiting the Earth in a space station. Well, that is currently not yet viable, it's often not even available, but that is going to change. We focus on those areas, and I mentioned the three that we believe are already commercially viable, and that's why we focus on those.
Okay, I want to get back to something you were saying a little bit earlier on about how you support Vision 2030 as an organization, in particular, the acquisition of the Earth observation marketplace. Again, your quote is saying that, we support Vision 2030 with that. I want to know how you support Vision 2030 and how, more broadly speaking, NSG aligns with that vision.
That's an excellent question. Maybe it's good to explain briefly what, among others, Vision 2030 entails. As most people would know, is Saudi Arabia is very dependent on fossil fuels. It's decreasing, but still it provides a significant part of the overall economy. And especially if you count the adjacent industry, chemistry, the chemical industry, for example, to that ecosystem, that a big portion of the industry is very dependent on these fossil fuels. Everyone knows that over time, although it will take probably longer than most people think or wish, perhaps, the fossil fuel usage will come down. That gap will need to be filled, and therefore Saudi Arabia is investing in new industries. The second dimension to it, for instance, Saudi Arabia is already a big user of many satellite services, whether it's satellite communication or, for that matter, geospatial and Earth observation services. But currently, let's say 97 cents in every dollar spent is leaving the kingdom and is going to go somewhere else. What they're trying to do is sort of kill two birds with one stone. One is reduce the dependency by building on fossil fuels, by building a new industry, but also keeping some of that money in the country, which creates new jobs, which builds new expertise, and it builds a whole new ecosystem. Well, when we buy, as an example, Up42, which is a German company, we use that technology and set up a mirror of that platform here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and it creates new jobs, and it helps to facilitate a new ecosystem that just isn't there. There is no such thing here in the kingdom that connects all the buyers of geospatial data and all the suppliers together. People who do want to buy it have to go to these individual providers and go through quite a clunky and suboptimal user experience. We're fixing that problem, and in doing so, we contribute to the Vision 2030.
Okay, you've been saying that you're basically a startup and still quite small, but as you expand and you look forward, you're going to need talent, you're going to need good people. So let's talk a bit about that. Has Saudi Arabia got the right people you need? Has Saudi got the talent pool you need in your sector, or are you having to import it?
Oh, look, the answer is a bit of a yes and no. So it is very clear that Saudi Arabia does not have a long history in the space domain, like France or the United States or Italy, for example, or the United Kingdom. So to that extent, the talent pool is a bit more shallow compared to those countries which have a bit more history. At the same time, Saudi Arabia is a very young nation with very well-educated people. Many of them have had the opportunity to study abroad and also start their career abroad. Some of them work in the space ecosystem, and they're all quite keen to go back to the kingdom and contribute to its vision. So we're hiring quite a few people who have worked for international space companies in the United States or in the UK, or have studied there, and bring them back and provide them a job here to help them to build that company. Part of it is recruiting people from universities and just train them from scratch. And the third source of talent will be foreigners like myself and others who have experience in particular domains that can contribute to the creation of that company. So there's sort of three sort of pools of talent that we're trying to tap into. It's probably fair to say it's not as deep as in some countries, but you need to start somewhere, and the commitment is strong. So over time, it will start to match the other economies, I think.
Okay, Martin, I mean, clearly you're going to be expanding. You've got bold ambitions, and there are some acquisitions in the pipeline. So just let's wrap up by asking you to give us a sense of what's on the horizon.
What's on the horizon? Look, I need to be careful what I can and cannot say, but it's very clear to everyone who's been a part of this industry for a little bit of time that if you want to build a successful space company, it's super important that you continue or start serving the defense and intelligence community in that particular country, because they're a big user of these services. To some extent, we're doing that already. In the geospatial domain, we made an acquisition last year of a company that employs roughly 600 talented people who provide answers and insights to a range of customers, among others, the defense and intelligence community. But they're also big users of SATCOM and navigation services. So we expect to increase our collaboration with those customers quite considerably. We are currently mostly focused on the downstream. We've always said, let's start with the customer. If we understand what the customer wants, then we work our way up to sort of the midstream and start to own and operate satellite assets. That is a longer term game, and we have people focused on that. And I expect that in the years to come, you will start to see us becoming more active in that domain as well.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us and telling us about your exciting company and the sector. The CEO of NEO Space Group, Martin Blanken, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you for having me.
Well, one of the applications of space tech, the likes of which NSG is building, is in the mining sector. Well, let's find out more about that. And we can speak now to Jim Caravella, who is the CEO and the chief architect of Offworld. That is a firm with close ties to Saudi Arabia, which specializes in innovative solutions for mining, including in space. Jim, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. First of all, can you just tell us about your space ventures?
Yes. So currently I am CEO and co-founder of Offworld. Offworld is building swarms of machine intelligent robots that are industrial grade, modular, and rugged in their operations. And they work collaboratively using AI-powered intelligence platforms. The first objectives of our swarm robotic mining architecture is to undertake mining terrestrially on Earth using our robots. And these robots would mine platinum, gold, nickel, copper, and other narrow vein metals. And the value proposition is that we can reduce the cost, environmental impact, and energy used in mining by an order of magnitude and have no people in the mine. And once our systems are matured and really in production, then we can deploy those on the moon to start mining for propellants, helium-3, and other metals and materials.
Okay, I mean, a key feature of your robots is they're doing jobs that, by the sounds of things, are otherwise dangerous for humans to do. So I'm assuming that, there's this safety dimension, but also a cost dimension, because presumably it's much cheaper to have a robot down a dangerous mine or on the surface of the moon than a human being.
Absolutely. And in fact, in conventional mining, up to 70% of mine costs and program burdens involve safety and human factors. If you can take humans out of being present on the mine, don't have a single boot in the mine and leave the tough jobs to robots, not only can you increase safety, but you can increase production operations. You can reduce or increase the risk profile of what you can tolerate, and your permitting and regulatory permissions for operating the mine become a lot more benign.
Okay, Jim, so how far into the future are we talking? When are we going to see space mining done by robots?
Well, we've already deployed our energy beam robots underground, which basically turn hard rock into soft rock just using energy. We deployed our first excavators underground as well, which can autonomously identify the ore body, avoid excavating waste rock, and just work autonomously using closed-loop sensing systems. And our surveyor robots are going into production deployment this year. And the first major payload on those are the new laser beam hyperspectral payload camera that we have, which can provide hyperspectral imagery for mine operations and exploration in any lighting condition with an absolute reliable and confirmed mineralogy spectrum. And we're working with our partners Viridian on that program, which is a very exciting deployment.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely does sound very exciting. Jim, we are, of course, a show focused on doing business in Saudi Arabia. So from your perspective, just tell us how well positioned you think Saudi Arabia looks when it comes to taking on the space sector.
Saudi Arabia is almost in a unique position globally, a genuinely unique position. With His Highness's leadership and the establishment of Vision 2030, what you have in Saudi is a focused mandate and almost the permission to think boldly and to leverage the technologies and the opportunities that are offered at this moment. In addition, you have one of the world's leading countries in the hydrocarbon business. And hydrocarbons today are the highest energy density fuels that we have. And they're extremely benign, they're extremely valuable. We have a multi-trillion-dollar ecosystem based around oil, gas, and the use of those materials. What we need to manage better is simply how the end cycle of the products work in terms of emissions and management of that. But this gives both a capital flow and leadership. And the kingdom has an extremely young, intelligent and vibrant workforce. The universities and the technology institutes are world-class. And there's a thirst and a vibrancy among the young people in Saudi Arabia to engage in these new technologies in the fourth industrial revolution. You couldn't really ask for a more vibrant and well-positioned starting point to really take the next decades of space exploration and industrialization into the 21st and beyond century.
Again, Jim, just for the benefit of our viewers, just help us understand what links your company, Offworld, has to Saudi Arabia, and also tell us what prospects you think there are for possible partnerships that Saudi Arabia can form in this domain. Jim?
Oh, yes. Well, we've worked a lot with Ma'aden, the national mining company in Saudi, and we are expanding operations to establish Offworld Arabia in Saudi Arabia in 2026 as well. And we're looking forward to working with Ma'aden directly with our first deployments of surveyors. Now, Saudi Arabia has over $3 trillion of mineral wealth so far estimated on its lands. And with the public investment funds investments globally through Minera Minerals, there is much more access as well. So there's a huge potential for engagement. And with our partnership with Ma'aden, we're hoping to build on that, not only in Saudi, but then use that and the developments we'll be undertaking at Offworld Arabia to build lunar mining and space operation vehicles built on that robust extreme environment autonomous technology. And there is, I have to say, there is a generational difference between the era of space exploration that we have undertaken the last 60, 70 years and the upcoming era of space industrialization and expeditionary vehicles that we will be now building in the next decades. And frankly, no nation has real experience in these new industrial space machines and vehicles. So the game is wide open. And with the kingdom's great experience in oil and gas and its emerging adoption of mining technologies for indigenous and overseas mining, we will be applying this and integrating that technology and know-how for the new space industrialization vehicles and systems that we'll be building in the kingdom, manufacturing there, and then deploying to the moon in the 30s.
Sure, and mining is obviously a key pillar of the Saudi economy. That's stipulated in Vision 2030. Just wondering how aligned Off-World's goals are with Vision 2030, Jim?
Yes, I mean, not only is it a fortunate alignment, but it's inevitable because Vision 2030 is built on an extremely sound logic and extremely sound principles. And if you look at the expansion of civilization over the last 10 to 20,000 years, you've always had the fundamental pillars: mining, agriculture, food, shelter, protection, security. Mining is amongst the first requirements of any civilization. When it moves to a new location, when you had early tribes migrating, and as we open up the new frontier and move beyond Earth's atmosphere into cislunar space, which is the local space between the Earth and the Moon, and then to the Moon, mining is the very first pillar that we must master in those new environments. And many of your audience today will perhaps listen to this and think this sounds like science fiction, and this sounds extremely far off. But I assure you, the pace of momentum of the technology developments, the integration and the augmentation of what we were able to do a decade ago with artificial intelligence, enabling what we'll be able to do a decade from now, will be two different worlds. We are crossing bridges in years that the Renaissance and the Industrial Age took decades and centuries to traverse. And we are doing those paces of development and growth within a decade. We are in truly extraordinary times. And Saudi Arabia is simply one of the few countries that is so well positioned and has the leadership to take that kind of journey forward.
Okay, Jim, just before we wrap up, I mean, we've spoken to NSG just now. We track Marden closely. We're interested in the Saudi Space Commission. Just to wrap up this conversation, are you seeing the makings of an ecosystem there in Saudi Arabia where all these different entities nourish each other?
That's a great question, Tom. And in fact, from a technology perspective, when you're looking at the technology pillars of the future, machine intelligence, robotics and autonomy, new materials, quantum computing, and the integration of these forms of technologies with traditional engineering methods of civil, aerospace, and other engineering disciplines, you wrap those up in economic objectives, such as expansion of cities, smart cities, transportation, energy efficiency and optimization, and mineral exploration and extraction. All of those tools and all of those economic drivers apply 100% in the space arena, especially at the industrialization stage. When you look at the economy predictions of the space sector, currently we're a few $100 billion as a global space segment in terms of GDP and revenue generated. Within about 10 years, that's predicted to be $1.5 trillion, and then moving into the trillions in the subsequent decades. All of the space revenue today is basically generated by Earth-facing systems. Satellite communications, direct broadcast, remote sensing, and a few others. In 10 years' time, these are going to be expanded and augmented by lunar operations, in-space operations, and in-space service markets and services. The kingdom is so well positioned to take on the industrialization of these in the new benign approaches that we must operate in space, simply because it is growing so fast on its own territory, with new cities, new developments, experimenting and developing new technologies and forms of living and habitation. These are all the robust risk, economic, market and customer drivers that you need to be able to utilize to wield the technologies of today and tomorrow. And the kingdom has not only the will and the young, vibrant workforce and young men and women eager to take on these new challenges. It has the streamlined leadership to do so. It's not encumbered by legacy bureaucracies, and yet it's vibrantly working with the Artemis program, NASA, and other agencies around the world, maintaining balanced political positions, yet vibrant economic forward momentum. This is really a unique positioning in the space sector. And in my view, today, I don't really consider that we should be talking about terrestrial economies and space economies. I just see it as one economy. It's totally integrated. We are leveraging the technologies we use terrestrially to operate in space, and we're taking the learnings of those optimizations of extreme environments and bringing those value propositions back down to Earth. And it's a virtuous cycle. And that's what we're doing at Offworld. That's what we'll be doing when we start manufacturing in Offworld Arabia. And I'm excited for learning more every day about life in the kingdom, and to see how we will be operating Saudi-manufactured vehicles on the moon, on the asteroids, and on Mars in the future.
Okay, Jim Caravella, the CEO and Chief Architect of Offworld, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I'm here with Ali Raza, the Chief Investment Officer of Hytham & Company, who's standing by for us. Ali, thanks for listening in with us to those interviews. Let's start by talking about the Neo Space Group interview I did there with the CEO, Martin Blanken. I mean, we're talking here about a PIF company, and I'm just wondering what role you see NSG playing with regards to supporting Vision 2030.
Well, Tom, both our guests were very appropriately excited about the industry and the role that it plays in not just novel applications like mining in space, but also day-to-day applications. I mean, we just heard that even from Mr. Blinken, that even picking up your phone and using Uber to order a vehicle, the simplest applications that we don't perhaps always connect to the space industry are exactly what the near-term commercial application of this industry is. And Vision 2030, we all know by now that one of the main objectives is to diversify the economy and build thriving industries locally. The space industry has implications for so many more sectors than people may realize at times, from travel, mobility to aviation, and even sectors like insurance and finance, which is a little bit more outside of the general scope. The space industry affects all of this. So Neo Space Group, like some of the other interesting platforms that we've spoken about recently, Alat, Humane, Tasaru, industrial platforms, Neo Space Group is an accelerant vehicle, in my view, and the role that it plays in supporting Vision 2030 is one of industry creation. They are bringing new novel technologies to the kingdom. They are bringing applications which are providing interfacing to industry across the globe. I mean, Neo Space Group, I don't think we heard about this earlier, but they, through their new acquisition, they signed a contract, a customer with Thai Airways, and you can see that the services are already starting to be exported. So not only is there an immediate commercial benefit, there is economic export of services, but they are creating technologies, localizing operations. They are bringing new talent, new knowledge and development to the region. So all in all, I mean, it sort of checks all the boxes of what Vision 2030 is at its core.
Yeah, and in terms of what Martin was saying, I mean, very welcome news that in-flight Wi-Fi is being given quite a major shake-up by the sounds of things. And Ali, just listening to Jim Caravella, the CEO of Offworld, who we heard from second there, I just wonder what you make of the link between space tech and the mining sector.
Well, one of the comments he made was that, the pace of development, the pace of evolution in technology is beyond perhaps the comprehension of most of us when we think about it on an average day. Technology is growing at a rapid pace, and there's no surprise there. But perhaps we don't have a true appreciation, I think, for the factor of exponential growth that is currently in place. Now, in the mining sector in particular, what that means is we haven't perhaps quite cracked space travel for real life applications just yet, but every aspect of society is dependent on minerals and resources, and to extract minerals and resources is quite an effort, quite a capital-intensive effort, quite a resourceful effort. And if they are able to achieve this in space, I mean, through the use of robotics, the amount of development and extraction that can take place, the reduction in human workload, labor that takes place, the safety concerns that are mitigated is just phenomenal. And once again, across all the industrial platforms that have been created by the PIF and in Saudi Arabia, there's often the approach is to look at nearer term commercial applications, which can be perhaps consumed locally or exported, but then also to move further into research and science in order to create a flywheel in which there is value extracted from new invention, new developments, and new exploration, but we don't lose foresight of the more nearer term objectives of economic growth.
All right, thanks a lot for that, Ali. We'll be back with you in just a moment. And our last story for today's edition. I mean, this isn't unique to Saudi Arabia, but right across the region, we're seeing temperatures at their highest at this time of the year, sometimes passing 45 degrees, even reaching 50 degrees centigrade in some places during the period mid-June to mid-September. What does that mean on the streets? Well, they're often empty during the day. And if you work in an air-conditioned office, perhaps it's not such an ordeal, but let's spare a thought for people working in bakeries, restaurants, laundries, construction sites where machinery, ovens and direct sunlight can mean that the heat is hard to escape from. Ali, I just want to turn to you and ask you, how do businesses adapt to these conditions? I'm assuming there's a bit of a lull, isn't there, during these very hot summer months?
Well, I wouldn't say there's a lull. First of all, there is appreciation of the harsh conditions. So between June the 15th and September 15th, there is a bit of a slowdown through the day. And there's a nationwide ban on outdoor work between the hours of 12 and 3 p.m. And this regulation is enforced by the Human Resources and Social Development body. So you could say between those hours, it may feel like there's a lull, but take a walk through any of the busy districts at 11 p.m. at night, and it's quite the opposite. So first of all, I think there's an appreciation for the harsh conditions. There are stipulations to ensure that people are not out in these conditions. They're working, in a manner which is perhaps injurious to their health. But I believe the population makes up for it in other hours of the day. There's also a number of regulations, around the requirements of an employer. There's a mandate to ensure that there's adequate hydration, that hours are adjusted appropriately, that there's acclimatization periods for new or returning workers. The Ministry of Human Resources actually will utilize the Mudad platform to actually ensure that so by monitoring the wage practices, they can ensure that these conditions are being met. So the ecosystem overall, both at the public and private level, is very cognizant of the fact that Saudi Arabia in the summer heat is not the nicest of conditions to be operating in, but there are many stipulations and formal regulations in place to appease a lot of that.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate that. Ali Raz, the Chief Investment Officer at Hytham & Company, thank you very much indeed for your input today. Well, thank you for watching The Real Deal here on Al Arabiya English. We look forward to seeing you again next week for more business news and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Until then, bye-bye.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
They've got to have a vote and a say.
it's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Athens. One of the oldest cities in the world, Athens, Greece, is in fact one of the coolest cities too. What it offers is a healthy mix of the old and the new, promising a vibrant people, full of excitement and optimism. Firstly, the city is known for its historical destinations and amazing views. Suwanio is one of them. Here you'll find the Temple of Poseidon, with a bunch of amazing beaches nearby. Tourists flock to the place to watch the sunset over the Aegean Sea. The city is also known for its hip and happening cafe culture. It's still very much the usual way of life in Athens, Greece. Old school neighborhoods still have the little cafes that overlook the Acropolis. Athens also offers its fair share of arts and cultural spaces. You'll find a movie theater that screens both foreign and local Greek films. Libraries and bookstores are around too, with a terrace or an outdoor bar to lounge in. Events and art places are spread across the city. One of the more known ones is the Technopolis. It's an industrial museum where tourists can learn about the work conditions in the old plant and how it developed operations during the 19th century. What's great about this place is that throughout the year, there's always an upcoming concert, party, exhibits, and such scheduled. Looking for the best shopping stops? Kolonaki is the place to be. It offers a mix of designer brands and affordable labels too. Plus, you can always grab an afternoon coffee or have some cocktails outdoors, as there will be places for that nearby. The bar scene is quite upscale and trendy, but definitely worth checking out. Around the city, there are special places dedicated to the nightlife you want. There's a venue for specialty cocktails, accompanied with a lively atmosphere and flowing drinks of various mixes. There's also a place for classic jazz and a chill ambiance. To see the greener part of Athens, head over to the National Gardens. It boasts of a 38-acre area of greenery that is a small zoo, a duck pond, a botanical museum, and a cafe. Definitely a must-visit, especially during the spring and summertime. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Zelenskyy thanks Trump for his personal efforts to stop the Russia-Ukraine war in a press conference ahead of their crucial talks at the White House, as Trump says Russia has agreed to accept security guarantees. Plus, Hamas accepts a new truce and hostage deal as hundreds of thousands protest across Israel demanding action. And US envoy Tom Burges says Israel must comply with the ceasefire as Lebanon launches a plan to disarm Hezbollah and revive its economy. Now to our top story. Donald Trump has welcomed European leaders and Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelenskyy at the White House for a high-stakes meeting. Ahead of the talks, President Zelenskyy and Trump have held a press conference in the Oval Office where Zelenskyy personally thanked Trump for his personal efforts to stop the war. The talks followed Trump's summit with Vladimir Putin in Alaska on Friday. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett, and columnist and correspondent Gemma White. Thank you so much for both joining me today. On a historic day, unprecedented, I feel like we're having more and more of these historic moments. But Michael, a meeting, like I said, that just felt unprecedented. And at such short notice, we saw all the European leaders change their schedule and go to help Volodymyr Zelenskyy essentially in the Oval Office today and try and reach some sort of deal with Donald Trump.
You and I were talking before, there's a sense of momentum. And I think a lot of people around the world recognize that there is a real opportunity here. And I know the European leaders are feeling like they're not necessarily comfortable going at this pace that Donald Trump is wanting to go at. But they, I think, recognize that if he's going to move, we need to make sure we keep him engaged. We can't lose his, we can't have him being disinterested. And we'll go along, we'll make sure that we offer support. But also we make sure that there are certain things that, are not missed during the negotiating process.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think after that Alaska summit and the love-in that many people were calling it between Putin and Donald Trump, many people couldn't believe the red carpet was rolled out for Vladimir Putin. There was a military fly past. It seemed to be like old friends meeting each other. So really, Gemma,
the optics of all of that was pretty fascinating to watch from the whole start to the finish. I think the main thing that got me was Putin smiling in the back of the beast.
He was very much a man in his element, but also looking like a man who was getting what he believed was due to him. You know, thoroughly, I deserve this praise, I deserve this welcome, you know, from one statesman to another. As well, he spoke first in the joint statement to the press. Again, unprecedented because he's on foreign soil and usually, well, Trump's on US soil, he would speak first. And again, Trump stood by and let him speak, and he spoke for quite a few minutes. So everything has been extended to Putin. And I did wonder, is there going to be a red carpet rollout for Macron and Starmer? And is there going to be a fly pass as well? But, you know, we haven't seen that exact same treatment.
No, we haven't at all. But at least, you know, we saw Zelenskyy back in the Oval Office today, Gemma and Michael, and all of us can remember that February showdown that happened between Trump, J.D. Vance and Zelenskyy. And now he's kind of gone with his A-team, hasn't he?
Yep.
You know, the NATO chief, the European commissioner, you know, there's so many people then who said the big European leaders have also gone to accompany him. A different tone, definitely, this time. But do you think Europe was also really concerned that Russia was going to get everything it wanted after that Alaska meeting, and Ukraine was going to have to be the one who had to give in, and all the concessions would fall on their side?
Well, even now, I think that there is still some concern. The information that's leaked out so far from inside sources and what, you know, various wire services are reporting is that it appears as though Ukraine is going to have to give, you know, Vladimir Putin pretty much everything that he's wanting. And I haven't heard anybody talk about or cite anyone with inside knowledge about what Vladimir Putin is going to have to give up. But, you know, when you compared today's meeting in the Oval Office with President Zelenskyy to the one in February, you know that there was so much more. I would imagine that President Zelenskyy came in almost as though, you're my ally, we've been friends for a long time, I'm in the midst of a war, and you're trying to help me out. I'm here that we can be equals and have some sort of common ground and maybe find a way forward. This time, of course, it seems as though everybody recognized this is Donald Trump's office. You need to make sure that you are respectful. You need to be quite clear about how respectful you are. You need to make sure that he is feeling appreciated.
Yeah.
And as you had said before we went on the air, that he was also, for J.D. Vance perhaps, wearing a suit.
That was my first question. I said, was he wearing a suit? Yeah.
And I think that was quite important, actually, for Zelenskyy. He was wearing a suit. It looked like almost a military suit, we could put it that way, not a traditional suit. It was all black. You know, we always see him as black military fatigues, and he's worn them since Russia's special military operation, war, whatever you wish to call it. And I thought that was really interesting because, you know, Donald Trump is all about the optics, and that's something that sort of caused the massive fight that started in February. That got the ball rolling, didn't it? But it's really interesting because now we're getting some lines coming out of these meetings, and, you know, it's saying that Donald Trump's saying that Russia has agreed to some of the security guarantees that they are discussing to be put in place with Europe. We're hearing from the German Chancellor, helpful to meet, but next steps could be more complicated. So now, you know, Donald Trump was saying I could end this war within 24 hours. It's gone on a lot longer. He met the Russian president and seemed quite confident that it was Zelenskyy who had to make a deal. But the Europeans are coming out and saying the next steps are going to be more complicated. And now Donald Trump saying there could possibly be a ceasefire, not just a complete end to the war. So we are seeing him change his stance from that Alaska summit, which I think is really interesting. So maybe the European pressure is helping a little bit in some respects the Ukrainian cause.
I've also seen many analysts say that Donald Trump is a man who has inspired by the last conversation that he has. And some would say, in perhaps too harsh a way, that he's easily manipulated.
Yeah.
But because he can have these conversations, and he he'll be in a situation where he'll recognize that's actually pretty good, which may be completely different from before. And this is where it becomes so problematic, especially with the tariff situation. And there's a lot of instability in the markets at times because there isn't a strategy that's clearly explained and that he follows. As he's talked about himself, he follows his gut more often than not.
And I think that is also the difficult part when it comes to negotiating with someone like Vladimir Putin, as we've been discussing. You know, Vladimir Putin's old hat at this. He is the diplomat. He isn't the deal maker, as Donald Trump is.
KGB man.
Yeah, he's the former KGB man. You know, he's not making real estate deals. It's actually something that is pretty different. But, you know, the whole reality of this is we're talking about this and we're getting lines out of it. And, you know, Zelenskyy says he's ready for a trilateral meeting between Donald Trump, Vladimir Putin and himself, something that they've been talking about quite a lot. But once again, we've got nothing really concrete. We don't know what the security guarantees are going to be for Ukraine. We don't know if there's going to be a ceasefire. We don't know if, you know, everything still seems like a lot of moving plates at the moment. And where's the end goal? And today, we can't forget that Russia sent drones into Ukraine, killing at least 10 people. So while the diplomacy happens, Gemma, the human life is what's the cost?
It does feel that, you know, you're saying one thing and then, you know, back in your country, these other terrible things are happening. It does feel quite two-faced. I think it's, as you said, there's been no deals, there's been nothing signed, there's been nothing fully agreed upon. Putin has remained quiet. We haven't actually heard him say he's going to allow for this or stop that. And what I find very interesting with this NATO-style security guarantees is, what if they're put in place and then what if Putin calls their bluff? You know, are these nations going to send in their troops, send up their airplanes, send in, you know, their navies? Will that actually happen? Because we've seen time and time again, Putin plays brinkmanship and he enjoys that game. And I'm not
he's
sure,
good at it.
He's excellent at it. And you have to have the stomach for a game like that. And I'm not sure which other world leaders have the stomach to go head to head in that respect.
You know, to that point about having the stomach, I agree with you. You're absolutely right. He's lost by many accounts, as many as 1 million men. To be in a war that's gone on for 3.5 years and to suffer that number of casualties and to still have the determination to go forward, he definitely has the stomach for it.
But I also think Zelenskyy really had the stomach for it today, too, in many respects, because after that dressing down he got in the Oval Office, you know, he went back, he sat down, he spoke to Trump. You know, we talk about Russia attacking Ukraine again, and many people are saying, does Vladimir Putin really want peace? But then you see Zelenskyy go back to the Oval Office, and he's determined to get some kind of resolution for his country. And he also said that he's willing to hold elections, which is another concession, because many people that I've spoken to from the Russian side have said to me, the Russians view Zelenskyy as an unelected puppet. He shouldn't be there. Obviously, there's no elections during wartime, but it seems to be that Zelensky's really putting himself on the line here and saying, OK, this is what I want. And now it's to see if Russia will come to the table.
But this, you know, this is what I think true statesmanship is all about, where if the president has to sacrifice himself and step down so that, you know, there can be peace finally and the war can stop. That, I think, is, you know, the man will, I think, be revered in his country for, you know, years and decades to come. But it's also, you know, we've talked about everything that Zelenskyy is going to have to accept. But again, there's no talk about, at any point during the negotiating process, is President Zelenskyy going to say, but what is, like, the other side? This is a negotiation.
Yeah,
Zelensky's
list gets longer after every meeting.
Yes. And what is the other guy giving me? Like, is he just stopping the war and that's the only thing?
But that's the amazing thing about Putin, and this is what everyone said. You know, he's not changed one bit, has he? He's stuck to what he wanted from the beginning. He's seen it through completely, and there's no way that we've seen him shift at all.
I do think having the European leaders there has given Zelenskyy additional confidence. I said earlier, it's like he turned up with backup.
Yeah, absolutely.
And what I thought was interesting as well, it wasn't just backup of supporters that he can count on, Macron, Starmer. He also brought supporters of Trump from, from Finland, from Italy. So it wasn't overly confrontational. It wasn't this is them and versus us. I really feel that he's played the game very well.
Zelenskyy,
Yeah.
I think I agree with you actually, and we're hearing from Keir Starmer now, and we know that Keir Starmer has been that massive bridge between Zelenskyy and Donald Trump, because you remember after the bust-up in the Oval Office, Zelenskyy went straight to Britain, and before he entered these talks, we saw Zelenskyy at Downing Street again, and that perfectly choreographed social media, but the UK's Prime Minister Keir Starmer, we can make real progress on security guarantees. So it seems to be that this meeting that they're having right now with the European leaders, Zelenskyy and Trump, is focusing on the security guarantees and how to shore that up and make sure Russia is on board with that so they don't once again, go back into Ukraine. So it's going to be an interesting outcome. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. We're going to move on to another story now. I think there's so much we can say on that story. It never seems to disappoint, does it? To the US, and the US is urging Israel to step up and honour its ceasefire commitments with Lebanon. Envoy Tom Burges says it's now Israel's turn to pull back its remaining forces as Beirut kicks off a plan to disarm Hezbollah. Lebanon's cabinet has already backed a US proposal setting a timetable for disarmament, and Burges says the next step has to be Israel's compliance. He says Washington expects progress from all sides in the coming week. Earlier, I spoke to former Lebanese Prime Minister Fouad Siniora about the latest developments. Take a listen. Hezbollah's Secretary General has vowed to fight efforts to disarm the group. Can the US and Lebanese governments convince them to do so?
Effectively, Lebanon practically now is more or less like between the rock and the hard place. The rock, I mean, by that is the Israeli aggression, and on the other hand, the position that's being taken by Iran and by Hezbollah is that they are really trying to insist, because they are still somehow in a state of denial, it's a state of arrogance, not realizing what really happened. So it's very important to help Lebanon in terms of in facilitating the process for the handing over of the weapons of Hezbollah.
So do you think that it is possible to disarm Hezbollah because they don't want to be disarmed and they're saying they're going to fight this? And could Hezbollah fighting this lead to social unrest, more social unrest in Lebanon?
This is why I say that Lebanon has to be helped in order to avoid any misbehavior by Hezbollah that will be instigating some sort of a sedition or social disorder in Lebanon. Definitely the position taken by the Lebanese government is against any action to be taken by Hezbollah to create a sedition or a disorder. One has to really take every position in order to facilitate, to make it easier to Hezbollah to hand over. The decision to hand over is taken. The Lebanese government is committed and is firm in its position. What is required now is the wisdom of the implementation, the phasing, the priorities, as well as the position that should be taken by Israel to facilitate the process. Because we don't want to really make it more difficult and at the same time leading to disorder that is definitely very, very, very costly in every sense.
Now, Hamas has reportedly accepted a new ceasefire proposal in Gaza, marking a potential pause in the 23-month-long conflict with Israel. Mediators from Egypt, Qatar and the US are expected to announce an agreement and set a date for renewed talks. The plan would include a 60-day truce and phased release of hostages, though Israel has not yet responded. The move comes amid mass protests in Israel demanding the release of hostages and growing international efforts to halt the fighting in Gaza. Michael, this is really positive in many respects because for a long time, Gemma and you and on the show we discuss how difficult things in Gaza are and the plight of Gazans and Israel's full occupation. So really this is some positive signals coming from the Hamas side. What more do we know about the details on this?
Not a lot of details at this point. You pretty much summed up everything that we know. What surprises me the most out of it is that Hamas seems to have accepted it, according to preliminary reports, with no changes. And that tells me that they're seeing the plight of the Gazans. They're also seeing or feeling the pressure from the PA. And I think that there is a desire on the part of so many Palestinians to get this done, because if Hamas is going to continue to be digging its heels in, and Israel and Netanyahu seem like they're not going to be budging, you know, you have to do something to stop your people from dying.
And then it's quite interesting because an Egyptian official source has come out today and said Hamas has agreed to a 60-day ceasefire proposal with Israel that includes the release of half the hostages held in Gaza and Israel's release of some Palestinian prisoners. And this is something that we've obviously heard before because, like you said, it's Steve Witkoff's ceasefire ordeal that he put on the table. Doesn't seem to be many amendments now to it. But all eyes have also been on Israel, haven't they, Gemma? Because, you know, this comes after these massive demonstrations at the weekend, and many people are saying this is a pivotal point right now. So both sides under immense pressure to make things happen.
Yeah, there's a lot of people power right now and a lot of voices that are actually being heard, especially as parents of the hostages are being incredibly vocal as well about wanting an end to the war. Now, the protest, it was a mix of protest and strikes, and organisers say they're expecting 400,000, and then they estimated that 1 million people took part, and this was across cities across Israel. Now, the main thing is wanting the war to end to secure the release of the hostages. So I think we sort of have to be quite, to make the differentiate, it isn't necessarily Israelis protesting against what's happening in Palestine and Gaza. Yes, the famine, the children. But we spoke earlier, and we don't know how much they get to see of that. So which is quite important. So it's not necessarily a protest in favour of ending the war because of the destruction that's been wreaked. It's more they want their hostages brought home. They are turning on Netanyahu, claiming that his relentless need for this war to continue is stopping them from either getting their hostages who are alive or getting the bodies back. And the parents speaking, I think, has been very, very powerful and very emotional.
But I think the parents of the hostages are absolutely terrified that this full occupation of Gaza and going into Gaza City will mean the end of the life for those who are still held by Hamas, because obviously that's the stronghold according to Israel, but will be extremely difficult to find them. But I just think that we've had this conversation a few times before about the fragility of the coalition right now
in Israel and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's position. And I wonder if this is just another moment that we're seeing things are starting to fall apart for him, and now we're seeing the Israeli people come out and they're protesting. And it's quite interesting because Gemma said to me, we must remember that this is not about the plight or the famine in Gaza, but I did speak to Dr. Anas Kazem earlier. He's a Palestinian legal advisor, and he actually said to me he thought this protest was a pivotal point because he felt the opposite. He felt that they wanted the end of war in Gaza and they were desperate to see things change.
And I think it'll be interesting to see what happens now, because Benjamin Netanyahu may be getting what he fears the most, which is Hamas accepting a ceasefire. Now, that means that what he wants to do, which is to go into Gaza, isn't going to happen. That then means that if the ceasefire holds, and the Israelis as well as the rest of the world continues to support a ceasefire, then Benjamin Netanyahu's in a position where he has to figure out what is the next step, dealing with not an equal partner, because he wouldn't see Hamas that way, but if Hamas then were to step aside and the Palestinian Authority were to come back into play, he's going to have to deal with a partner across the way trying to find a way forward. And that, of course, means that he'll probably lose his coalition government. Certainly the right-wing members would fall apart. And he's in a terrible position at that point.
Yeah, and what's really interesting is actually earlier I spoke to Palestinian legal advisor Dr. Anas Kazem about what hurdles are in place to set up a functioning government. Take a listen to what he told me.
I am not optimistic if the Palestinian Authority is going to take over the situation in Gaza. The Palestinian Authority is infested with so many problems, including corruption and no advisors that guide its work. Basically, the PA is a subordinate to the military government of Israel. And therefore, I don't think it will have any credibility with the people of Gaza. I think the best solution is to think of an administration. We don't need another governor like the situation in Iraq, for example, when Bremer was appointed. We need people, indigenous people from Gaza. They know exactly the people, their needs, their inroads, and they are more capable to manage the situation. And those people can be picked up with agreement of the municipality mayors in Gaza, dignitaries in Gaza, and I think this is maybe the best solution. But I don't think the PA would be able to fly any government in Gaza.
And I guess, Gemma and Michael, this is where the problem lies. We mentioned the Palestinian Authority. You spoke about them earlier. My guest saying corrupt again. It's not the right way to go. People need to make the choice for themselves. But it just sort of puts the hurdles in place for a peace to happen anytime soon.
Yeah. And as you said, Netanyahu doesn't necessarily want that. He needs a bad guy, to shift the focus. That these people are bad, this is who we're, fighting against. When you remove that, or when those people come to the table, who are you going to use as your sort of collective cultural bogeyman then? And I think what was interesting, talking about the split in the government, is that the Israeli president, Isaac Herzog, has been with the protesters in Hostages Square. He has been seen talking to them. He's been seen embracing them. And Netanyahu is furious about this. He has said that any softening will harden Hamas's stance. So you have this this very big split forming, and it's only going to get wider.
Yeah, absolutely. No, you're completely correct, and that's something we have seen. And obviously, when Israel announced its plans to fully occupy Gaza, we saw the military chief, Michael, speak out too, saying that this wasn't the right way to go. The IDF is completely fatigued, you know, it's exhausted, they've been fighting a war for nearly 2 years. How much more can it go on?
Yeah, we've seen so many, everything from the human rights groups in Israel come out, talk about it's a genocide, to, you know, former Mossad and Shin Bet agents and IDF officials talk about how this has to end because we don't see a strategy forward. It hasn't been explained. And we also know that there have been IDF soldiers who have come forward and said, we're not going to keep fighting. I know we've talked about this before, that there have been a number of IDF serving and non-serving members, active and non-active, I should say, who have died by suicide as well because of what they've gone through fighting in Gaza. So there's so much internal dissent and also questioning, I think, of what it is that we're supposed to be doing. Again, because the Prime Minister has not done a very good job of clearly explaining what the strategy is. Yeah. And because there hasn't been that, people then start to say, well, if we don't know what we're going to be doing, why don't we just end it now and get the hostages back?
Yeah, and also a lot of people are saying the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has clearly lost the narrative when it comes to this because of the pictures of the famine, of the malnutrition, and the West has also turned against Israel in many respects. And that's something that no one was expecting to happen. The UK, France, Germany saying they're going to halt their weapons, sending arms to Israel. So now everyone's under pressure because I know Israel's saying, why don't the West pressure Hamas more? That's what they want Hamas to do, is come back to the table like they have. And as you say, it will be really interesting to see if Israel will agree to what Hamas has agreed to.
One thing that I would say, and I never thought this conversation would take place, is that people in the West who were staunch supporters of Israel, there's now, especially with American Jews, there's now a distinction that's being made between, you know, Israel and Judaism. And of course, Zionism and Judaism, they're different. But in the past, if you were anti-Israel, you were automatically an anti-Semite. And now there's a distinction, accurately so, that's being made, and people are saying, I'm Jewish, and this is not something that I agree with. And that's never happened before.
And it's really interesting because that is entering the social discussions that we see now, isn't it? If you look on social media, if you look all across, that is a discussion that is quite widely being had, Thank you so much for your thoughts on that story. Let's move on to another story now. And this month, hundreds of people in Mumbai have clashed with police after protesting about a ban on feeding pigeons. Authorities have imposed the ban over health concerns about the birds' droppings. It's an issue that's become a problem in other major cities, including London, New York and Venice, where bans or hefty fines are in place on feeding the animals. Gosh, Michael, why has this ban actually been so controversial? Because pigeons are controversial, let's be honest. I can see Gemma smiling there. But I feel like pigeons are probably the most controversial animal, isn't it, that lives in a city?
Yeah.
They
quite
are
divisive.
Yes, I mean, they are the rats of the sky.
Oh, poor thing.
And I think that because of the health repercussions that people can suffer as a result of the droppings. And just one stat from the Indian government, they said that, for instance, from the year 2000 until 2023, there's been a 150% increase in the number of pigeons. And each pigeon can produce as much as 15 kilograms of droppings during the course of a year. So that's a lot of material that's now in the air that people are breathing that is a real cause for concern. But because of the place in which this particular bird stands within religious and cultural aspects of the the society, that's where this tension is being most felt.
And some people feel like, you know, the birds deserve a home and they deserve a life. But
as you said, there are some serious health hazards and concerns. And Gemma, what is it that's really raising the alarm here?
This is research I'd never thought that I would be doing.
No.
It was not on my 2025 bingo card.
No, me neither. I never thought... I never
your 15 kilogram stat as well. I was super impressed with that.
I know. I'm like, can't they use that for biodiversity or something?
Or for fertiliser, wasn't it?
There's a niche
for fertiliser.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. Bird droppings were used for fertiliser, like in olden times. It is. I mean, what it is. It's when the droppings. These are obviously can be a dry country. It dries and it comes up with the dust in the air, so it's being inhaled or when it comes into contact. And particularly people who work perhaps in sanitation. Working construction, where you're working with perhaps rubbish or you're working in dusty environments, it's affecting those people more. The boom in pigeons, there has been a pigeon population explosion because of their easy accessibility to food, and they don't really have any predators.
Yeah.
They're not very good in the road. They're very slow to get out of your way, and perhaps cats catch them, but there isn't a natural, a bird out there that's kind of picking them off. So they are just very much enjoying their freedom.
I don't know. What do we think about this? Because I think it's quite a difficult thing because it's also a cultural significance in India and people feel that they want to feed the birds. I feel like a court order in place is a little bit strong, don't you? I'm not sure. What do they do about that? Because, people see it as culturally nice. They want to feed the birds. It might... I don't know. Can the courts really get involved with something so big?
So the courts, I think, can get involved. The issue will be the enforcement. If you're a police officer and you're in India and you're now tasked with trying to stop people from, throwing seeds to birds, I don't know how successful you can be at stopping people from doing that.
No, that's a very good point. But some people have even gone on or threatening to go on hunger strike over this,
Yeah, I do. I mean, I read this interesting thing and it just said, you watch any films about India or based in India, and one of the scenes will be a flock of pigeons rising up over the skyline. And it's the same, in London, Trafalgar Square has its pigeons. You think of the Tower of London, not pigeons, but they have their ravens.
Yes.
There are certain places, there are certain countries that animals are just inextricably linked to. And I don't think we should be outlawing that. It's a bit of fun.
No, I agree with you. I'm on the side of the pigeons. I know Michael's not, but come on, Michael, give the pigeons a chance.
Yeah, try again one, Michael.
And finally, we've reached that point in the show where Gemma and Michael, you've come up with a couple of quirky stories of the day. And Gemma, yours is fascinating. It's about a restaurant designing a menu for water.
A water menu. We're very excited about that.
Yeah, I'm really excited about the water
They
menu.
even have a water sommelier.
Wow.
So it's a restaurant called La Popote.
This is a story I never thought I'd be talking about. Not the pigeons, the water sommelier. Yeah.
Who knew it was a job?
I know.
So the restaurant is called La Popote, and it's a French restaurant in Cheshire in the UK. Now, Cheshire is very well-to-do. We had a Real Housewives of Cheshire show, lots of footballers, lots of money. So they've introduced their water menu. It's got 7 waters on it, 3 still and 4 sparkling from France, Spain, Portugal, Italy, Iceland and the UK. And the prices range from £5, which is about $6 US, up to £19, which is about $25 US, for a bottle of water. Now, that super pricey one is the Portuguese sparkling water called the Palace of Vidago. Now, tap water is still free.
Oh, good.
So, if you don't want to splash out, that tap water is also on the menu. But, it's proved a little divisive.
I don't know why. I don't know if this is going to be crazy, but I love this idea because I'm a real fan of bottled water. And I like to think of myself as a bottled water connoisseur. I'm one of them. I like to try all the different waters, which one tastes the best, even if it's expensive and in a fancy bottle. I'll be
You
like,
said you knew that you could tell the difference.
I can tell the difference in bottled water. I can tell the difference from the low end to the high end, and I would spend £19 on a sparkling bottle of water. Would you, Michael, do you think?
I think on the Arabiya social media account, you should be doing a taste test.
A taste test?
A blindfolded
taste
test.
Blindfolded,
Yeah.
100%.
Oh, really?
Yes, absolutely. I think that would
No,
be
you can
fine.
tell the difference, though.
I believe you, and I think some people have incredibly sensitive palates like that. I'm not one of those people. I would be fine with tap water in most places. But I would definitely, I like sparkling water, so I'll buy that, but I'm certainly not going to spend $25 on a bottle of water.
But you know what? That's not even the most expensive bottle of water.
Please.
So
Come on, Gemma.
More research. So there's a bottle of water called Filico Royal Water, and that's from Kobe in Japan, and that's $2,500 a bottle.
Oh, my gosh.
Still not the most expensive. Now, that award goes to, it's called Acqua di Cristallo Tributo a Modigliani. Now, that's from Springs in Fiji in France. It's a mix, and it costs $60,000 a bottle.
Wow.
But it's not necessarily about the water. The bottle is made of 24-karat gold and embellished with diamonds.
That is
That is the world's
crazy.
most expensive bottle of water.
Wow. That's like a deposit on a house.
Yeah.
You know, really, if you think about it. But if anyone's watching, you send me one.
Yeah,
I
she'd
can
like to be
accept
gifted
it,
that,
you
yeah.
know. Yeah, that's not a bad gift, is it? And Michael, yours is about a long-lost book, and it's finally been returned to its home. Tell us more about this book.
So a overdue book was returned in June, and it had been checked out in July of 1943.
Wow.
So 82 years ago, it was finally returned to the San Antonio Public Library. Now, I was most interested in the numbers, right? So when you see overdue book, you think of fines. And AP did a fantastic job with their research on this particular story. They said that in 1943, the San Antonio Public Library charged 3 cents a day for an overdue book, which would mean that the fine would be $900. But they then went one step further, and of course, 3 cents in 1943 is not 3 cents today. It's actually 56 cents, which means the fine would be $16,000. Now, the public library spokesperson came out and said that in 2021, San Antonio Public Library eliminated fines for overdue books, so that's not an issue. The one other fact in this story, and I'm sure that I'm saying Associated Press because they deserve kudos, the reporter must have loved this. So it was not the longest overdue book, though. That Guinness World Record certified I guess it's the certified verification of one particular book that was returned in 1958, but it had been checked out in 1668. So 288 years later, it found its way back to a library in Cambridge.
That is fascinating, isn't it?
I said it's super British.
It's so British, isn't it?
Oh, I've just had this book on the shelf for, 300, 280 years, and I'm just, we'll return it. Granny took it out.
But I was also just thinking about this on another thing, because in the UK, the houses are so old and lots of people do renovations, and no wonder a 300-year-old book had been found. It probably fell behind the bookcase. Would you actually go back to the library and return it after all those years?
Depends. I don't know. The first edition.
Yeah, that's true. I'd look up the price of it and then I might return it or not. But it's that's a good citizen who's gone back after all those years, isn't it?
Yeah.
So in this particular case, the person who sent it back to the library, it was his father who died, but his father had checked it out when he was 11.
Wow.
And it finally made its way back after 82 years.
Oh, that's incredible, isn't it?
That's
it's
really
so nice. What a lovely story. There is some, really good, honest people out there, which is always nice to know. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Thanks to today's guest, Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett, and columnist and correspondent Gemma White. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. G&T with Tom Burges Watson is coming up next. Goodbye and thank you for joining us.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise.
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson, and coming up in today's programme, all eyes focused on the White House today as President Zelenskyy heads to Washington for his meeting with President Trump. He's going to be joined by European leaders, this just days after the Alaska summit between President Putin and President Trump. Plus, we're going to be speaking to an advisor to the new government of Syria as the country looks to rebuild. All of that to come on Global News Today. Hello and welcome to the programme. The long-anticipated summit between Presidents Trump and Putin has now been held. It happened on Friday, and today the US president is welcoming an A to Z of European leaders to the White House, as well as the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy himself. But President Trump appears to have outlined two main conditions to ending the Russia-Ukraine war. First, Ukraine must not join NATO, and second, it must not attempt to reclaim Crimea, which was illegally annexed by Moscow in 2014. So how will these preconditions go down with the European leaders as they assemble in Washington? And how far off is a peace deal? Well, for more analysis, I'm joined by a special panel today. My guests are Solomia Bobrovska, who's a Ukrainian MP and deputy head of Ukraine's delegation in NATO. Thank you very much indeed for joining us once again here on Al Arabiya English. We're joined by Michael Dubke, who is former White House communications director under President Trump. Always a pleasure talking to you, and welcome back to the programme. We're also joined by Major General Chip Chapman, former senior British military advisor to the US Central Command. He joins us from London. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, General. I'd like to start by asking you, Solomia, I mean, President Trump has set the scene a little bit for today. We obviously had the talks in Alaska on Friday. President Trump saying today, a big day at the White House. We have never had so many European leaders here all at once. A great honor for America. Of course, the president of Ukraine, your president, is there. We're talking about the leaders of the United Kingdom, Germany, France, Italy, Finland, the EU, and NATO. Let me ask you, Solomia, are you expecting your president to get a rather warmer welcome and a warmer reception at the White House today than he did in February?
You know, I just thinking that that was the great honor to Trump to speak to unrecognized the President Lukashenko, who's the now used to be a president of Belarus, and I'm not sure that that is an honor for Trump to welcome all the European leaders, understanding that he is playing with the words and with the statements literally every moment. And I hope that this visit he will treat President Zelenskyy warmer than it happened a couple of months ago. But at the same time, we are all worrying, and we feel we are very cautious on this meeting, understanding that US and Trump can press Zelenskyy about the future, any possible negotiations with Russia, especially in the terms of the territories. So it's not even about any feelings and warmth and empathy. That's about really fear and understanding the moment of history, which can turn Ukrainian state in other direction. Zelenskyy understands the price, because the whole nation, believe me, all the Ukrainians are waiting now for the results at the end, and because that do depend how we will look like on political map. Trump, pretty sure he doesn't feel any. He's a political animal. That's not about the warmth. That's not about empathy. That's about trading. And the good game to get the probably Nobel Prize at the end for the one more peace negotiations for any price.
Okay, Michael, let me ask you for your thoughts and just really picking up on something that President Trump said ahead of today's talks. He said President Zelenskyy of Ukraine can end the war with Russia almost immediately if he wants to, or he can continue to fight. But there's no getting back Crimea and no going into NATO by Ukraine. I mean, is he sounding supportive to Ukraine in your mind?
Well, I think you juxtapose that statement against the statement this morning about the historical nature of President Zelenskyy and the rest of the European leaders coming to the White House. I think you're seeing a number of different messages coming from Donald Trump after the summit that happened in Anchorage, Alaska on Friday. A couple bottom line items here for me, which is, are we closer now to peace than we were in February when you brought up the original meeting between Zelenskyy and Trump? And I think the answer is yes. And I think it's because the United States has been moving and engaging in these conversations with the summit on Friday, now the summit on Monday. So I think we're moving in a direction. I would be concerned from the Ukrainian and from the European standpoint that we've got, that Vladimir Putin on Friday moved this from a ceasefire to a peace agreement. I think it's going to be very difficult if I am coming here as the leader of Ukraine or Europeans that want to be involved in these peace negotiations. I think that's a movement that, one, they're going to push back on. So we'll see what happens during the conversations as they progress across during the day today. But I think we're closer to peace because of the engagement of the United States. And I think Donald Trump, the one thing that Donald Trump has going for him is that he is slightly unpredictable, which makes all of these conversations even more important to be in the room with him and to have these conversations. So with Friday's meeting, with Monday's meeting, we'll see where we go. But I think everything is on the table, and that's what you should read into those statements.
Okay, Major General Chip Chapman, sorry to come to you last in this discussion. I mean, what are your thoughts? I mean, picking up on what Michael just said to us there, I mean, lots for the European allies to digest going into those talks. I mean, really to answer Michael's question, does it look to you like we're one step closer to peace than we were back in February?
Well, I think you need to know what qualifying word you put before the term peace. I think it's always been the case that President Trump has wanted what he would call a humanitarian peace, really from the town hall meeting in May 23. He looks at this in terms of stopping the killing. He doesn't look at this in terms of winning or losing. That is where the potential difficulty comes, because the other qualifying spectrum that you have at the moment is a surrender peace, and the other end you have a just peace. And really, to me, the Europeans going to the White House today is trying to see where they can set the cursor towards the just peace rather than a surrender peace, because Trump has already warned them, Europe, not to torpedo the nascent process. There's no way they want to do that, because they also want to see a peace, but they'd rather see a better peace for Ukraine, winning the peace, as Scholz used to say, which is Ukraine taking its place in the European Union in the future. And of course, a better and just peace would be total sovereignty of Ukraine. I'm not necessarily sure that's achievable, but that is the direction that Europe will be trying to go in support of President Zelenskyy.
And Chip, just staying with you for a moment, I mean, imagine a scenario, you know, a long table. On one side of it, you've got President Trump and his people. On the other side, you've got all these European leaders, the leader of NATO, the EU president, all sitting on the other side of the table. I mean, the people on the European side of the table, are they all, to your mind, speaking with one voice?
Yeah, I think they are. I think one of the things which has occurred in the last 3 years is the enhanced unity of European NATO, both politically and militarily. And what we're looking at really in the triangle here is, where are we on reward, pressure and concessions? At the moment, all the concessions and pressure seems to be on Zelenskyy, with Putin getting the reward. And that needs to sort of slightly alter at the moment. There's a reason, I think, that this has happened. And it really was, to me, a big change around on Friday, because the main effort of President Trump in the last, really since 23, which he re-emphasized really at Notre Dame in December last year, when he talked about an immediate ceasefire. It was ceasefire, then negotiations. To really flip that around to negotiations, then a ceasefire, means that a lot more people are going to get killed. We string the thing along to the right, which I think is what Putin wants to do. He's the playbook of Gromyko. He wants negotiations, but not to negotiate.
Is that how it looks to people in Ukraine, Salomia, that basically President Putin is playing for time here, and the fact that we seem to be leapfrogging from the current situation we're in to a peace treaty and bypassing that all-important ceasefire phase? I mean, how does that sit with the people of Ukraine?
That's it's not strange, and not for the first time when there is no ceasefire, but Russia starts to talk about any peace negotiations with a huge list of demands to Ukraine, and that's demands. That's the price actually for the freedom and for the existing of the state. Actually, that's why preliminarily demand from Ukrainian side was the ceasefire. Yes, of course, to stop all these casualties, killing people while they are striking and hitting all normal civilian buildings just randomly in Kyiv, Odessa, Kharkiv, or whatever. Because we probably know all the points of the list of demands from the Russian side. That's unfortunately make us, stuck and think, because no one is ready to be honest for the majority of the points which are in the list, starting from the Donetsk region, where we have to withdraw Ukrainian troops in order to give this territory not even to be frozen, but to give under the Russian control. Then starting when we have to talk about the Russian church, or it's not about religion, that's about the Federal Security Bureau of Russia. That's the party of the huge network in Ukraine. That's about the Russian language, and you will see the huge resistance from Ukrainian people. And that's Parliament has to vote for these decisions. But yes, of course, the first point that's the trade and trading of Ukrainian territory. That's what makes us really. In a very hard position, especially for Zelenskyy, who is responsible for the last word and last decision. And unfortunately, when we're talking about the security guarantees, when we hear that from the partners, I think the best decision was and still is that's to give the weapon or long-range missiles, which we can use to strike the Russian targets against Russia.
Okay. Michael, I just want to ask you, I mean, it does sound like President Trump, is very pressed for time here. He wants peace and he wants it quickly. He said that from the beginning of his presidency. But at the moment, obviously, we're in a situation where Russia appears to have the upper hand on the battlefield. I mean, now isn't really the ideal moment for these talks to be happening, at least not as far as Ukraine is concerned, is it?
Well, let's remember a couple of things. I mean, when Donald Trump became president, he allowed the weapons that Western powers have been sending to Ukraine to be used within and further distances within Russia. In terms of lethality of what the Ukrainians can do, the guardrails that the Biden administration had put on the Ukrainians for a good number of them were lifted, which I think has brought us to this point where you have seen the Ukrainians make advances. You've also seen the Russians make advances. I would argue that we're in a very static position, similar to where we've been for a while. The Russians have lost almost 1.1 million of their citizens in this conflict, untold thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands have been lost on the Ukrainian side. The point to all of what I'm trying to say is that we are in need of negotiations on this. We are in need of American leadership on this. The president has gotten us to this point. But going to the general's statement, and I think I'd really like to agree with him on this. If this is just peace through surrender rather than a just peace, then I don't think you're going to get, a lot of people have talked about this. Trump is doing this for the Nobel Peace Prize. You're not going to get a Nobel Peace Prize for a surrendered peace. So I think the White House understands that. They have pushed on Putin. They have pushed on Zelenskyy. It is good to see European unity coming to the United States today, because one other thing that the Americans have been saying throughout all of this is that a lot of what needs to be settled here has to be settled amongst the Europeans themselves, with Americans participating in those conversations. And I think that's what we're going to see today.
Okay, Chip, let me turn to you. I mean, picking up on Michael's points as well. But I mean, I also want to ask you whether you think perhaps if these talks were happening in a different context, in terms of different timing, that happened last summer, they happen next summer, whether perhaps there'd be a better deal to be made than the deal that is likely going to be struck at this particular stage. Chip?
Sorry, is that for me? Sorry.
Yeah, that was for you.
Okay. I don't think there's going to be any deal at the moment. So the thing I think you need to look at first is what is the next step from this? There will be no back channel deals at the moment. There may be a trilateral, and that will be the thing to first see, because, Putin dislikes Zelenskyy immensely. He does not think that he's legitimate in the slightest, and believes, because of his apolitical nonsense, ahistorical nonsense from his essay of July 21 as the pretext for the invasion, that Ukraine should cease to exist. So the best case is that you get to a position where the negotiations are not just about, what's happening in the Donbass and the land there, but all the other things that were in the 10-point peace plan of President Zelenskyy announced at the G20 conference in November 2022. So, for example, where do we go with ecocide, the things that the Russians did at Novokakova? Where do we go with the release of the deportees? Where is the Justice and Special Tribunal? Where do we stand on reparations? Because at the last count, the World Bank said that there'd been $524 billion worth of damage in Ukraine. Are those in scope? If it's a very narrow scope of just territory being talked about, then you're going to go nowhere with this. It's got to be all inclusive. And I don't think we're at a situation where any of that will occur at the moment.
And who do we think is going to exert the most influence over President Trump out of all of the European leaders that are assembled there in Washington today? Who do we think President Trump is most likely to give the most airtime, the most credence to? Michael, what are your thoughts?
I think it's the leader of NATO and the leader of the UK are probably the two voices that I've been hearing from coming out of the White House that they think have got a perspective on the situation in Ukraine that they will be listening to. I also, frankly, the relationship with Zelenskyy took a turn in February, but given the April sit-down on the sidelines of the Pope's funeral and the meeting in June, I do think that there is a growing conversation between the president and Zelenskyy that should not be discounted. We're not back in February. This relationship has progressed. So,
all right, so that's water under the bridge. But just staying with you for a moment, Mike, because you're obviously a comms expert. What techniques, what language, what approach would you advise those visitors to Washington to adopt if they are to get President Trump on side?
Look, I think they need to make two real points here. One is really giving kudos to the American president for continuing these conversations when others could not bring all of the parties to the table. Not everyone's sitting at the same table, but these conversations are going. And with the Witkoff back and forth shuttle diplomacy, I think we're again, I'm making the argument that we're closer to some peace, whether it be a ceasefire or a permanent peace. So I think, one, you do that. And secondly, I think you talk about where the Europeans have stepped up and where American interests lie in the conflict in Ukraine, and reminding President Donald Trump of where the United States, where, the fight that the Ukrainians have been pressing on for these last 3 years, why that fight is important to the American people. So if they can convince that the president, the Europeans stepping up to the plate and continuing to, and that there is ultimate goal here for the United States that is beyond just an immediate peace agreement, I think that's a great place for them to start today.
And just going back to Kyiv, I mean, what's the feeling in Ukraine about its allies, its alliances? I mean, is there a sense that Ukraine has been let down in any respect by its allies? I mean, let's put to one side the spectacular scenes in the Oval Office in February. We've agreed that's water under the bridge. But more broadly, does it feel like Ukraine's allies have its back? Salomia?
I want to start my answer with a small story when we are talking about the U.S. allies, but not European U.S. allies. When we asked my colleagues from the Congress who is briefing and preparing the information about Russian-Ukrainian war to the President of the United States, and unfortunately, some of that colleagues were so very angry with the answer because it seemed to me that Witkoff probably played a huge role on what he is telling and how he's briefing on Russian-Ukrainian war. Not especially in Wojciech, but Witkoff with the interpreter who was Russian. If you remember what happened a couple of months ago when Witkoff visited Moscow, and yes, in comparing with that, we hope. And that's the only one, not decision, but last chance, last hope. That's to rely on European partners who can tell and who can convince Trump or brief Trump and to help to open the eyes on what really is going on Ukrainian soil, starting from the prisoners of war, territories, damages, and so on and so on, and so on and so on. Why we need sanctions, why we need weapons, why we need that and that and that, etc. Yes, and we hope Starmer, Macron, Rutte, they will play key roles during the meeting with Trump. And unfortunately, we always, especially for the last year, were so loud with that messages. If not US, Europe has finally accepted the reality, opened the eyes, and preparing for the security challenges from the Russian side, because we are winning the time for them. That's our prize. But the one problem, there is no, this masculine leadership to take finally this leadership to lead Ukraine and to help Ukraine, help us actually, to lead during this war, if not US. Because after the meeting in Alaska, that was, from my point of view and from the majority of Ukrainians' point of view, that was absolutely triumph for Putin, how he was met and how he was brought back to the huge political stage because of Trump. We are worrying that Trump can, at the end of the whole process, can say, okay, I'm just tired, and I'm out. That's Ukrainian responsibility. That's because of Ukrainians who do not want to have any negotiations. I'm leaving this process. And that would be our total and huge and big historical failure.
Okay, Major General Chip Chapman, let me put that to you. Supposing that were to happen, President Trump says, listen, I've had enough, I've done my best, over to you. What would Europe's options be in a situation like that? I mean, could they go it alone, step up the fight and try to get Ukraine into a stronger position ahead of negotiations much later on in the game?
Well, one of the things that has happened in the last 6 months is that the Ramstein group, which ensures the consistency and sustainability of supplies to Ukraine, has been taken over from America in the lead of that by NATO itself. So the Ramstein thing is now led through NATO, not through the Americans. And of course, we've had this notion of buying Americans through NATO money, European NATO money, to give to Ukraine. So Europe could do as much as it does. It's worth remembering, of course, that European NATO outspends Russian NATO. The only thing missing from time to time is willpower to step up and see this. I think it's in Europe's security interest long term, if you believe that the Russians are a revanchist imperial power, which I do, that their end state in grand strategic terms is to regain lost territory and spheres of influence. And so it's for the security benefit of European NATO to ensure that Ukraine prevails and that the better peace is in Ukraine's favour.
Okay, well, we're approaching the end of this discussion, but I just want to ask, as we enter the last chapter of our conversation, I mean, Michael, does this look to you like we've got the makings here of a legacy-defining moment for President Trump?
I think we're at the start of a legacy-defining moment. I don't know that we're going to come out of today with an agreement that is going to be acceptable to all parties. And frankly, until we get all parties to the table together, I think we're going to be short of a full peace agreement. Hopefully, we can get closer to this ceasefire. The one last thing I want to say is the show of force that the Europeans are providing today by going to the White House. They should not underestimate the statement by the president. He has been moved by that. I think this is an historic day, a big day, as he put it in Washington, D.C. And it was good to see the Europeans join Zelenskyy in coming to the United States for these meetings. I think that was a very important step in a show of unity that is going to be very impressive upon the president.
Okay, Chip, let me ask you, how does President Trump make all of this look like not make it look like Russia is being rewarded in any way for having invaded Ukraine in the first place?
Well, negotiations are a process, not a denouement. So this will be the start of the process. He will probably try and say that the process has begun. I've set that process for a denouement, which comes later down. That can be sold at the moment as a success. I think it will be in that terms because the Europeans will want to engage and flatter in the same way that Putin engaged and flatter, but they'll put some strategic realities to that about the strategy bridge between the military power of Putin and his political outcomes and the military power of NATO, European NATO by itself if necessary, and its military power once mobilised with the willpower behind it.
Okay, and lastly to Salomia in Kyiv, let me ask you this. I mean, we heard President Trump in the last 24 hours talking about this war as being Biden's stupid war, a war that should never have happened. I mean, I just wonder what you make of the idea that the man leading the charge on behalf of Ukraine seems to believe this is the fault of his predecessor, not the fault of the invading party. And how much confidence are you that a deal will be struck, that will be fair and that will be lasting?
We all keeping fingers crossed for this meeting. Believe me, because that depends on how we will get up in the morning with new shells, Shaheds on drones and in the sky, or ballistic missiles. But at the same time, we are very careful with all expectations about the deal, and with Trump's words, unfortunately, because literally every day we hear new statements about the sanctions. 50 days for sanctions, then 30 days, then 20 days, then after Alaska, nothing, just literally nothing. That's why we're very careful when they are stopping military aid or sharing intel information or whatever. Then they are restarting the process and so on. So that's why we're very careful. Trump is very unpredictable. His way of doing the politics, and it's something new for the traditional politicians and politics. That's why we just all, we'll stop breathing just to finally see the results, because that's about all our lives here.
All right, well, I'm told we're out of time. Really appreciate you speaking to us. You've had the last word. Salomia Bobrovska, Ukrainian MP and Deputy Head of Ukraine's delegation in NATO. Thank you to you. A big thank you to Michael Dubke, former White House Communications Director under President Trump. And also a very big thank you to Major General Chip Chapman, former Senior British Military Advisor to US Central Command. Thank you all very much indeed. In other news, according to a UN report, war crimes were committed in March across 16 coastal areas of Syria, including Latakia, Tartus, Homs and Hama, regions largely populated by loyalists to the former President Bashar al-Assad. So what exactly happened? Well, the UN report says the violence, which flared up in January, killed an estimated 1,400 people. Well, both Syria's government forces and fighters tied to the former regime are believed to be responsible. But who is to blame? Well, according to the report, the violence began when pro-Assad groups ambushed security forces. Well, the UN has also stressed that it found no evidence that Damascus itself ordered any attacks. Well, all of this comes after Bashar al-Assad's ouster, which has exposed some sectarian rifts. Well, many of his supporters still reject the new president, Ahmad al-Shara. And the question now is, can Syria move on from these fractures? And what will put a stop to a cycle of revenge and violence? Well, for more, we can speak now to Ibrahim Olabi, who is a legal advisor to the Syrian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He joins us now from London. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Before we speak about the findings of that UN report, I just want to ask you, it's been 8.5 months since the fall of President Bashar al-Assad. What's your understanding of the overall situation right now in Syria?
Well, the overall situation in many analysis and many experts see it as far better than predicted. I mean, this is a fall of a regime of 54 years, which was incredibly brutal, was, involved many foreign powers that had a sectarian nature. And usually when dictators like that fall, people escape and people leave, and you have a mass exodus and sometimes break into a further complicated civil war. None of that happened. In fact, according to the UN, 1.7 million people are returning to their homes, 1 million from inside the country and 700,000 from abroad. We've seen investors come in, we've seen investors conference, we've seen sanctions lifted, we've seen diverse government formed, we've seen constitutional declarations, we've seen relative calm. But that does not mean it didn't come with its challenges. We have seen unfortunate events like the one that we will talk about today in the coast, the unfortunate events of Sweden, complex negotiations going on with the Northeast, but nothing incredibly different from what you would imagine a complicated military transition to look like. We've seen a lot of international attention, a lot of domestic support, but also a lot of criticism, which is also very welcome. And this is the kind of Syria that we're trying to build. We must not forget the legacy of the Assad regime and the challenges that are facing Syria today. So keeping everything together, for many Syrians, it's far better than expected.
Right, and just listening to what you're saying, and then we really will get on to the UN findings. But I mean, more than half a century of one family's rule of Syria, 25 years of Bashar al-Assad, more or less, half of that time taken up by a civil war. We've got multiple sects that live in Syria, that have lived side by side for many centuries, Christians, Druze, Alawites, Shia, Sunni, so many different sects. You're saying there is a sort of a sense of inevitability that given all of these dimensions, that, you know, there was bound to be some strife, and this was never going to be a completely easy transition.
Of course not. I mean, it's in the literature. Any country you look at that completely collapsed a kind of a police state and a military dictatorship that had foreign powers backing it, and you know, the 14 years that you talk about during the armed conflict is also one that had, you know, close to 1 million people being killed and forced to dissipate, a lot of grievances, many factions. You know, according to the UN report that we'll discuss, more than 100,000 armed people that belong to so many different factions, who also all during the 14 years had their allegiances. So when you look at all the things that could have gone wrong with these variables, I don't think anyone expected the transition, you know, on December 9th to look what it looked like. But of course, not everyone is happy that, you know, Syria is moving in the direction. There's a lot of grievances within. There's a lot of challenges. Syria is a, you know, very important country in the region, has its own internal dynamics. It's been very hard to kind of keep things on track. But, you know, for a country that, for example, just on sanctions had sanctions on it since the 70s, since, you know, most of those in power were not even born, to have them lifted within 4 months is quite a phenomenal kind of achievement, and to get the economy back and running and get investments and so on. But that should not distract us from also the real problems that exist and their underlying reasoning, which we are trying to tackle head on.
Okay, let's get on to the findings of those UN investigators. They've published a report relating to that violence in March in coastal areas of Syria, as well as around Homs. I'm talking mostly around Latakia and Tartus. 1,400 people reported to have been killed, possibly more. Most of them thought to have been civilians, women and children amongst them. The UN is saying that war crimes were likely committed by interim government forces and by fighters loyal to the former President Bashar al-Assad. What do you say to the findings?
Well, these findings are incredibly important, and they're incredibly important because of their context. So it's important to note that these UN investigators, they existed for 14 years because the Human Rights Council created them. But Syria, under the Assad regime, consistently objected to the renewal of their mandate. For 14 years, they used to call it the so-called UN Commission of Inquiry. They didn't even recognize it. In March, when the new government came, it recognized it. It didn't oppose its mandate, which got a unanimous renewal for the first time in Syria's modern history. And what also happened for the first time in Syria's modern history is that they were, quoting their words, given unfettered access to these areas. It was the government that made sure that they could access the communities, they could investigate, simply because the government had nothing to hide. It acknowledged that abuses took place in the first hours, really, of reports emerging, and it took a responsibility upon itself. It didn't just let UN investigators come in and say, fine, we'll wait for their report. It created a national inquiry, first of its kind, you know, appointed by the president, that had members of the judiciary, civil society, respected lawyers, and so on, who published their findings. Again, lots of first-timers here published their findings in front of, not in a 5-minute press conference, not a 10-minute press conference, but in an hour and 30-minute almost press conference in front of media to tell them their findings, whose findings were not fundamentally different, not my words, but the words of the UN Commissioner Paulo Pinheiro, not fundamentally different from the international report, so which is quite a big milestone. What the report also does is that it really deals with a lot of disinformation that we've seen circulating. So, for example, the numbers of people killed. The UN itself, by the way, could not reach the numbers. It had to quote other reports because it said it's not simply easy to count in such a situation. Well, unfortunately, we've seen some media organizations and some other human rights organizations rush to conclusions in terms of numbers. It also puts the findings into perspective, the challenges that we've just talked about, the difficulty of security sector reform, the grievances that people felt that made them feel that they need to take revenge into their own hands, unfortunately, against civilians who, had nothing to do with the suffering of the people who killed them, but because they belong to a sect that did, and that sect also was explained, had its like about 3 pages part of that report to put things into context. It talked about the difficulty of accountability because we've inherited also the judicial system, the prisons, the judiciary, which was used at the time of the Assad regime as a really repression tool. And then it shed light that, most importantly, that it did not find any government policy to conduct these attacks, although they were widespread and systematic in their nature of targeting, but there was no command. The command was was the opposite, was to halt any abuses, to get matters under control, which the government eventually did, which is also the report, something that they recognized, that for the same military factions, there are people committing horrific abuses, but at the same time, there were others who were committing or trying to protect life. And it puts all of that then into very kind of important recommendations to move forward. What is it that the government, within the resources, within the legacy, within the difficulty of transitional justice, within the resources it has, within external interference that we've seen, including from Israel and others, what steps could be taken? So all in all, it's an important finding because it aligns with the national findings, but it also sets the matters into context and provides helpful recommendation moving forward.
Okay, I mean, President Ahmad al-Shara did denounce that violence, and he said it threatened efforts to unite the country, which is what we've been talking about earlier on. He also promised to punish those responsible. I mean, have people been punished?
Well, as the UN report notes, there have been around 40-something people who have been detained. The national inquiry has identified more than 200 people from the government side, individuals who their names have been moved to the Attorney General. But it's also about taking punishment into this wider context. It is for a situation like this, truth and narrative and fighting disinformation and showing that crimes took place rather than kind of trying sweeping them under the rug is a form of accountability. Naming and making clear that there were victims and they will have reparations and we need to find guarantees of non-recurrence is a form of accountability. But yes, we will pursue judicial measures. We'll continue pursuing judicial measures in light of the judicial system again that we inherited. These are not. We don't have ready-made courts, ready-made judges. They're very, very far few in country that are able to kind of deal with situations like this. Even the laws that we are using are laws that we inherited from the regime. They don't recognize war crimes, and that's not a matter for this government. It's a matter that we inherited the legal system and we don't yet have a parliament that can pass new laws in order for it to adapt within the kind of international legal standards that we would like Syria's legal system to have. So yes, absolutely, some have been punished, more to come. But for us, it's a wider effort that takes into account, truth and reconciliation and the guarantees for non-recurrence, and also importantly, reparations for the affected communities.
Okay, and just lastly, because we have to let you go, I just want to ask you, I mean, looking back at what's happened in Syria during the course of these last 8 to 9 months, what is the one event that stands out in your mind as being the most remarkable, the most unexpected, perhaps the most happy moment that you would single out from these last 8 or 9 months?
I mean, I think there were many happy moments, also some sad moments. Obviously, the fall of the regime and the way the regime fell without significant bloodshed was one of the happiest moments. I think the freeing of prisoners, the pictures of people who were in Assad's cells running out for their lives, finding children and women there who were missed for years, coming out, meeting their loved ones. But also that event was also very saddening because many who were waiting for their loved ones didn't. And I think that then the following moment would be the easement of sanctions, President Trump's decision and that of the UK and the EU, because it allows millions of Syrians to be able to rebuild their lives that were taken from them for no reasons. It allows, parents to sell their children to school, electricity to come back to their homes. And that's exactly what we're building. It's giving, Syrians a chance to be able to rebuild themselves after 60 years of dictatorship and 14 years of a horrific conflict.
Yeah, that embrace and that welcoming into the international fold in Riyadh of President Ahmad al-Shara, definitely a standout moment as well. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Ibrahim Alabi, legal advisor to the Syrian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Thank you for your time, sir. Well, we're going to stay with Syria because President Ahmad al-Shara says he hopes to avoid conflict with US-backed Kurdish forces. This if efforts to integrate their autonomous administration collapse. Well, he noted that Kurdish leaders had signalled readiness for a landmark deal in March to bring their areas under state authority. But recent clashes with the SDF, or the Syrian Democratic Forces, had raised doubts. Well, the SDF, which controls northeastern Syria, has fortified tunnel networks along front lines. Local Arab tribes accuse them of discrimination, allegations the Kurds deny. So just how realistic is this deal now? Well, let's get more now. We can cross to Al-Hasaka, which is in northeastern Syria, and we can speak to Bedranjia Kurd, who is the co-chairman of the Foreign Relations Department of the Autonomous Region of northern and eastern Syria. Thank you very much indeed for speaking to us, sir. Before we talk about specifically Kurdish relations and SDF relations, I want to put this to you. Bashar al-Assad was ousted about 8.5 months ago. There have been these clashes between the SDF and government forces in Manbij and Aleppo. There have been tensions and revenge attacks with Alawites in coastal areas. There's been tensions between Druze and Bedouin forces around Suwaida. Some might say some of these issues are inevitable in a country that has endured 13.5 years of civil war. But what is your feeling about the general direction that Syria is heading in?
Thank you for having me on your show. When the Ba'ath regime was toppled, there were just feelings of joy across the Syrians. We had hopes and expectations that we could start a new chapter of rebuilding Syria, where we can shape the country's future. Yet with the passage of time and with the practices that have been pursued on the ground, whether against the Alawite components or the Druze components, and against many other communities and groups that have been targeted by the radical Islamist groups. So those practices, in fact, have raised concerns and suspicions among many Syrian people, and that's why we believe that this started to raise concern, and we don't know to what direction Syria will be heading with those practices. And we at the Autonomous Administration feel very concerned from such practices, and we believe that those crimes that have been perpetrated against those communities constitute war crimes and crimes against humanity. And the perpetrators should have been held accountable along those who have been supporting them in carrying out those practices. But, however, we believe that the achievement of transitional justice and also the remedy of victims have not been achieved properly, the matter which just raised the growing concerns of the Syrians. And in this regard, we call on the fact that there must be just independent international committees that would investigate those crimes that have been perpetrated against our brothers from Druze, and also to issue the recommendations that would lead to the punishments of the perpetrators. If justice is not achieved, then we believe that it would be next to impossible to create a new future for Syria where their dignities are respected.
Okay, thank you for that. I mean, I think it's fair to say Syria's allies, particularly the United States, want to see a strong, unified Syrian state. And we heard the US envoy to Syria, Tom Burges, sounding slightly frustrated at the lack of progress at implementing the 10th of March deal that was struck with Damascus. I want to know, what is the status of negotiations and what's the level of engagement between the authorities in the Kurdish area of Syria and the government of President Ahmed al-Shara?
At the outset, we would like to thank the efforts made by the brokers, including France, the United States, and the UK recently. They have played a great role in getting the viewpoints closer among the parties, and especially with the transitional authority in Damascus. Of course, those attempts are still ongoing, and we are hoping to reach into fruitful results that would benefit all the Syrians. With that said, I have to stress that there are also some actors that are stonewalling the ability to reach into agreement between the parties or to implement the 10th of March agreement. On our part, we are committed with this agreement to a great extent and to implement all its provisions. However, there are some factors that are adversely impacting the implementation of the agreement. First of all, we have Turkey that seems to be playing a negative role. And they wished that the dialogue should be held under their own dictates. And we believe that it was Turkey is the one that has been responsible for just not holding the Paris talks. And that's why we could see that the transitional authority in Damascus lacks the willingness and the national determination, and they have to overcome this and to have the final say when it comes to holding those meetings and to reach into tangible results. Also, secondly, the other point which seems to be a tumbling block is that the transitional authorities are adhering still to a unilateral structure of governance and not accepting the pluralistic system that would take into account all the cultural and linguistic factors of the northern and eastern Syria and to integrate them into the Syrian state institutions. We have some disagreements in this regard, and we hope to have a decentralized governance structure that would recognize the diversity and the pluralism, so that we can make sure that all the components of Syria can exercise their rightful obligations without any obstacles, and especially because those demands by the components of the people in northern and eastern Syria are legitimate in terms of their linguistic, religious rights that should be exercised freely without any obstacles or repression against them. Therefore, we believe that any unilateral centralized regime would eventually oppress those communities and will eventually lead to the marginalization of other components and their ability to take part in this transitional stage. And this is what we are facing at the moment. In the same vein, there are also contradictions in the 10th of March agreement that was held, where we have seen that the Syrian authorities have violated this agreement and issued a constitution that would last for 5 years without any reference to the components of the Kurds, even though that we have agreed on that. We have also agreed that there should be an inclusive Syrian participation in the political process, the matter which has not been realized in the constitution and also in the selection of the legislative council. All these developments by the Syrian government represents a breach of the 10th of March agreement, and I think with those factors combined, they can pose some real obstacles for the implementation of this agreement. With that said, we are still open to the dialogue, and the door remains open for dialogue until we achieve the desired results.
A set of talks was supposed to be held in Paris between the SDF and the government in Damascus. The government in Damascus says it will not take part in those talks anymore. What is the status of those talks? Have they been cancelled, or will they go ahead in the absence of representatives from the Damascus government?
What we have heard from the transitional government in Damascus is that they have rejected to attend the upcoming meeting in Paris. The Syrian government said that the meeting has been cancelled. However, officially, the Paris talks are still ongoing, as there are international efforts underway to make this event happen. But there is no date set, but yet it has been postponed. And with this in mind, we believe that it is important to hold this meeting and to hold negotiations based on this path that will be under the auspices of the international community. Holding those meetings are quite important for us. As for the transitional authorities' position on not attending this meeting could be attributed to the Turkish intervention that has been nudging the Syrian government not to attend the meeting. And we know that the Turkish government does not wish to hold those meetings even though there are international sponsors. Now, the Syrian Authority is talking about holding this meeting in Damascus so that it could be in the proximity of Turkey that can do whatever it wishes. And this is something we deny and condemn completely. And this also indicates that the transitional authority in Syria lacks the national decision and the independent decision-making process. And they also lack any comprehensive political project in order to resolve these sticking issues in Syria. Failing to attend this meeting in Paris reflects the fact that the Syrian authorities are not willing to go into serious negotiations, and this was maybe the reason for the failure of the previous meetings. According to the aspiration of the Syrian people in the north and the east, we believe that the Syrian authority is not willing to do whatever it takes from them in order to achieve their vision. Until now, we know that the Ba'athist regime has been toppled, but now the Syrians are in need of a comprehensive political system in order to resolve all the sticking issues. The Syrian revolution will be culminated with success only when we have a transitional government and the state institutions by all the components of the Syrian people and on equitable ground. But this unilateral approach by the interim government will not show that the track is going properly.
So I have another theory for you as to why the talks in Paris are not proceeding with both sides present. Earlier on this month, 10 days ago, on the 8th of August, representatives of various ethnic and religious groups held a conference in your city, the city of Hasake, which is, of course, under SDF control. And they called for the formation of a decentralized state. And it was as a result of that the Syrian government decided not to take part in the dialogue in Paris. Do you accept that theory? And do you accept that conference on the 8th of August in your city undermined trust between the two sides?
No, not at all. This is a feeble excuse by the interim regime in Damascus, and I think that excuse has already been there even though before just holding that gathering. I think everything could be attributed to the fact that Damascus wanted to create excuses by stating that the outcome of the Al-Hasaka meeting constitutes a violation to the 10th of March agreement, and we deny those claims because the recommendations of the Al-Hasaka conference has included some religious figures, tribal leaders from the coastal areas of Syria, and it was really a patriotic stance for Syria. And we believe that similar conferences of this kind should be organized in Damascus under the supervision of the interim authority. But it has failed to undertake this national duty, especially at this important juncture in the history of Syria. And the gathering that was held in Al-Hasaka reflects the diversity of the Syrian people. And as you know, Syria is comprised of different components of different linguistic and cultural diversity, and all their voices should be heard. And those voices represent the interests of Syria, and each component should have their cultures that should be respected and represented, and also should have a say at the table which shapes the future of Syria. So the Syrian government stated that those components are not in favor of creating an inclusive Syria, but that is not true. What we need is just a national democratic project, and this is what we had also in the communique of the Al-Hasaka conference.
Just lastly, sir, I'd like to ask you, Syria has many allies in the world today. Many countries want to see Syria succeed. We saw that in Riyadh when we saw President Trump embrace the new president of Syria, Ahmed al-Shara. This very much under the auspices and under the guidance of the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman. I'd like to ask you specifically about Saudi Arabia. What role you see the kingdom playing in guiding Syria on its path to unity?
As mentioned earlier, Saudi Arabia has an important and instrumental role in the region and the Middle East at large. And that's why we believe Saudi Arabia could play an important role in the political landscape of Syria and bridging the gap among the different components of Syria, and to create an inclusive Syria for the future of all Syrians. And that's why we are quite confident that it could play an important role, taking into account the interests of all the stakeholders. And I'm sure that it will do so just without favoring any actor at the detriment of the other party. This is what we are hoping Saudi Arabia could do. And we also believe that the Arab countries' role could also have an important role to do. In the past, we believe that the Arab role was almost absent, and there was a vacuum that has been filled by other countries such as Turkey and Iran. And now we believe this is a very important strategic dimension for Syria, and there must be close coordination among the Arab countries in pushing Syria forward and to have political interactions that are more realistic in order to overcome the obstacles. Since the Arab countries have many common historical factors, and I think Saudi Arabia is quite capable to support Syria in order to reach into successful solutions that would benefit all the Syrians.
Okay, well, we appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. We're out of time. Thank you very much indeed. Bedranjia Kurd, the co-chairman of the Foreign Relations Department of the Autonomous Administration of Northern and Eastern Syria. Thank you for your time, sir. Shukran.
Shukran.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years,
economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
I wish reality were as easy as talking. He grows up but keeps that innocence. That's the instinct God created us with. Mahmoud's dream is to become a pianist.
Is speech the only way to express thoughts and feelings? Descartes, the father of modern philosophy, said, "I think, therefore I am." He didn't say, "I speak, therefore I am." There are many means of communication around us: drawing, music, singing, writing, sports. Even eyes have a language. Each one of us is different. We share many things and differ in many others. The same applies to autistic people who can be similar or different. Since medicine discovered autism 8 decades ago, half of people around us still see it as a mystery. And such people do not try to know anything about autism. Even scientists disagree over it. Some see it as a psychological or neurological disorder, while others consider it a genetic biological problem. Why don't we know a lot about autism? Today, we try to reach them. We are not looking for a cause, a doctor, or a cure. This will be a special mission in which we go to them to find out their thoughts and feelings. Do they live in the moment only? Or do they dream and wish? Do they understand adolescence? What is lying? Or politeness to them? Do they know they are different? We thought it would be enough to get answers even to some of those questions. It's impossible to reach everyone, but it led us to a few of them. A young man living in his 20s, and in his story, a message for every human.
I exactly experienced the entire 5 stages of Kubler-Ross. experienced every single stage. Starting with denial, I experienced this stage in the sense that I cannot believe that my son has autism. There is nothing wrong with my son. It must be a stage that would pass. You know how mothers might fool themselves. They pretend that there is nothing wrong, then there's the stage of anger. The anger stage involves questions like, why isn't he interacting? Why should Mahmoud be autistic? Even though I never asked myself or God about why I had to go through this.
When I was young, my father used to sing for me in the car. I love you when you speak. I love you when you draw a smile. شو بحبك لما بتحكي ترسم عشفافك ضحكي شو بحبك لما بتبكي بتشكي وعم بتغلغل فيه حبيبي انت الأحلى عمري بقربك عم بيحلى عطرك سحرك صوتك رسمك صار مني وفيك.
Sometimes I thought about committing suicide. I wished death for me and my son, but my death wouldn't change anything. In the end, my son would be left alone, and that's not what I want for him. When I felt that I was fed up, as they say, I could no longer bear this angry and depressed fate. That's when it started to search for psychological solutions. Thus, I studied psychodrama therapy, because I was convinced that I wouldn't heal. In 1 or 2 sessions, or even in 1 or 2 years, I was convinced I needed to know how to face my feelings and understand my psychological condition. Throughout my life, because I knew my current situation would continue all the time.
شو حلو حبيبي شو حلو هالقمر شوفوا ما أجمله بس أنا عبالي دلله وحياتي ما حدا بقى يزعله. I don't like hurting anyone.
أوقات الدنيا بتوجعني وساعات بتعاند ويايا لا بخاف وحخاف ازاي يعني دايما مطمن طول ما انت معايا.
During World War II, a psychiatrist was influenced by the power of compassion and resilience in human spirit. In 1969, she introduced a model named after her, about the 5 stages of grief. Through this model, Kubler-Ross wanted to speak out loud about the feelings a person experiences when faced with a shock that shakes their inner peace. The transitional stages in the Kubler-Ross change curve begin with shock, which leads to denial. Then anger takes hold. Then we begin bargaining with ourselves in a one-sided dialogue. We want to escape the crisis without making any effort. Then comes depression and sorrow. Despair and all negative thoughts start to attack at the same time. Acceptance is the beginning of the solution.
And out of love for her son, she feels hatred. She thinks she hates her son, but in fact, that represents in psychology the stage of anger in Kubler-Ross model. She becomes angry with herself because she feels those emotions, which are unfortunately normal. If we had psychological awareness in education, she wouldn't be blaming herself. Once I reached the stage of acceptance, he started to show results that I had been waiting for years of effort. He started to show me those results. I reached a state of acceptance that it's over. I accepted him however he is, whatever progress he makes or doesn't make. That's it. This is my son, and I want to love him just the way he is. And that is the golden key.
I accepted Mahmoud as he is, like any mother who wanted him to lean on her. But what happened was the opposite. Fatin's dreams of Mahmoud graduating from university with a postgraduate degree did not come true. Mahmoud opened a door to his world for her, and he amazed her and made her forget the routine life and the struggle, competition, and racing against time in everything.
I used to be afraid that something might happen to me. And how would Mahmoud eat? He doesn't know how to say, I want to eat. He wouldn't say, I'm thirsty. I have to bring him water. But what worries me is his perseverance. Mahmoud has overcome it, thankfully. Thank God, you could say.
Do you consider that the great achievement was by Mahmoud or Fatin?
It was definitely by Mahmoud. We honor mothers in our society, and we see the efforts made. But, unfortunately, we don't understand the value of that effort because they struggle just like we do. They struggle with themselves. It's not something easy for them from the start. It's not easy for them because we are breaking their nature. In fact, I'll tell you more. We are distorting them. We are distorting their nature so that they become like us.
Due to the commonalities within the stories, we went to Niraj, a young boy who is talented in drawing and video games, a boy no older than 12, who speaks, reads, and writes. He has a small home, with a family, school, and friends.
At this time, I don't know nothing about the autism, so I was just thinking why he don't talk. Why he don't talk? Because he was speaking, is eating good, sleeping good. I think when I call him, he don't come. I say, Niraj, he don't look at us, don't come. So one day, when he was 3 years old, with nothing, no speak, he just making sounds like. At this time, I don't know nothing about autism. I know autism only. I know some children with development problem have autism. So when I come back home and I went to the internet, this is something wrong. You never have to go to the internet to check and solve your problem. Oh my God, what only bad things about autism only. But there I see a picture of my son.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, I would say so. I would say that, I mean, being in denial is kind of running away, isn't it? It's an indirect way of saying you're running away if you are in denial. You know, maybe you're in denial because subconsciously you know it's true, but maybe you're in denial because maybe you don't know what to do, so you panic. And it's definitely Artemia is what woke me up. You know, kind of she would bring me back down to earth, saying, this is not going to go away. He's not going to snap out of it. It's not something that there's no medicine that we can just give him and he's going to be okay. And then I would see what she's doing, and that's then that was like kind of the inspiration to I want to be part of this journey and help where I can. That's basically how I transitioned from not doing anything into trying to do something. I see myself as a father to Niraj, not as an autistic child, but as a normal child, which gives me an over-sensing comfort. So it's not, I should do more with Niraj because he's autistic. It's more, I should just do more with him just because he's just another child. So I think now I'm not beating myself up because he's autistic, and I think that's a testament on how far he's come.
When he was 5, we take him to one psychologist, and she told me, "Oh, you have to understand because you will never talk. When he gonna be adult with the mind of the child." He just told me like this. My son is talking now. If you say that for one mother, you take her hope. Yeah, your hope. You need to give hope. You need to say, "Oh, buy this book. Oh, do this, do that, come back here, let's do something. They need to be positive.
I've never had pets. I'm not a huge pet lover, but I did try, and whenever we take him to the park, try and push him towards the dogs in the park. And yeah, he liked them a lot. And now we have cats, so he's you know, plays with them as much as he wants. I did try to play football with him. He doesn't want to play. So then I just kind of revert back to what he's interested in, and because at the end of the day, that's how you maximize engagement with anyone.
The doctor tried to steal her hope, but she failed twice. As a doctor, and as a human, that's what happened to Artemia. She lost herself chasing books and sources for guidance to reach her son. Her mission wasn't easy, and notably, the majority of books written about autism were written by autistic people themselves.
One of the therapists told me we have to make some exercise with him. You put some pop with the hot water, no, very hot water. Yeah, one is something like lemon, or do this exercise as many as you can. Okay, show me phone. Good work. Show me cooking. Good work, Niraj. Show me jumping. Good work. Coloring pencil. Good work, Niraj.
She pulled hope out of pain to get her son to read, write, and draw, and express himself, even participate in competitions with others. They are not in their own world. They are in ours.
How did they help Niraj?
Oh yeah, definitely. So when we have games that involve, but mainly, you know, those kind of group games, is definitely you bring them in, and the kids don't know they're doing it. The kids don't know they're helping. For them, they're just playing.
Was very difficult, was very depressed in the beginning. And now I see my son, he can talk, he can ask what he wants, he have good behavior outside, he learning many things. I like my son like this, I want him like this, I don't want another son. I don't want a perfect Niraj, he's perfect for me.
They don't know they are different. We are the ones who create the difference. Many realize this truth. Nahed, the mother who wants to help them reach their fullest potential, to discover their skills without differences and bullying.
I am Nahed, a mother before anything else. I built this entire place, dreaming of a space where Ahmed could live, where I could watch him grow. My dreams, like any mother, were very big. Unfortunately, after I started this place, Ahmed's needs were different, and today Ahmed. What exists in this place? But the place has become for all the Ahmed in this world. I now have more than one Ahmed. I have Alaa, I have Khaled. They call me Mom. And my son does not talk. After my long journey with Ahmed, he stayed the same. I was the one who changed. So I wanted to change Ahmed, but Ahmed won't change. Ahmed granted me exponential strength to be the person I am now, capable of helping all these people. I really do not see myself as strong. Is there a greater strength than that? This is Ahmed's strength, although considered as disabled, but they are not weak. They deserve to live. We all have our own kind of disability.
The only thing these children fear is losing their parents. They fear because we have become their safety, not the society. The community as a whole must change so that children feel safe. Then comes competition, and the comes desire to achieve self-worth. Children do not feel safe. Their safety is us. So we must give our children safety before we ask society to give them safety. A group of young men graduated from our center are now working in government agencies, in Emicor, and some working at Siemens Energy, with very good salary, comparable to university, graduate salaries. These children must have experience and skills so that they can compete in the labor market according to their capabilities.
My name is Andrea, and I'm 18 years old. I consider myself as a kind person. I love helping everyone who seeks help. I enjoy spending time with my family. I believe there is love inside every person. Each person has a beautiful soul within them. How would you describe Mahmoud? He is a kind person and musically talented. He plays the piano and sings, and he is also handsome.
How do you describe Andrea?
She is my friend. I love her very much. She plays the piano and the guitar.
I was studying a major that I love. I was easing my conscience as a mother by studying something that could help my son. We can manage behavior either with reinforcement or punishment. When we know which reinforcement is best for the child, we can use it to teach the child to ask and express themselves. It is not necessary to express by talking, because many autistic do not speak. So we can use pictures, or we can use an iPad to be able to communicate with them, and they can communicate with us. This skill is one of the most important things we teach a child. It's one of the foundational skills we begin with for a child. Honestly, the early stages were the hardest for me. I used to repeat sessions that he learned with the specialist every day. I would reapply the speech sessions with him 4 times a day. I used to repeat them on the same day. At the times when I could not do these sessions, I would repeat them through activities I would do with him at home. So when he became responsive, when he was ready, when he became ready to expose him, experiments to find out what does he like, so we tried 2 experiments and discover what he liked. We began teaching him the field of computer and software, and we tried exposing him to all fields until we discovered that Mahmoud was excellent at playing piano. He can express himself, his anger, his joy through playing the piano.
What if we were asked to pause for a moment and put on the shoes of this mother or sister or that father or brother just for a moment? What if we realized that one of our children is on the autism spectrum? Everyone we spoke to never wished to switch roles. Instead, they asked of those around them or those they encountered on the street or in the store or the cinema or school. Anyway, they wish to grant these passes by the children with autism a little understanding and a little love.
It pains me to see him grow up, still with that same innocence and childlike nature. Maybe because I'm afraid for him, afraid of his innocence, the purity of his thinking, his unconditional love for people, and his lack of awareness of the evil in this world. The initial phase is exceptionally challenging, initiating them with their first word, the first letter. It's a very challenging stage. It's one of the most challenging stages. The challenge of adulthood is also affected.
And I want to say to the ones who abandon their children, go back to them. They need you. Do not be ashamed of your children. Your son may not be what you dreamed of, but they become something you never dreamed of before. I am really grateful for his presence, no matter what he is. Of course, I wish he does not suffer from autism. I cannot imagine my life without his presence.
What do you want to say to Dad?
I played the piano.
If you want to talk to him but he is away,
I call him.
what do you tell him?
Come. I love playing piano and drawing and sports and swimming.
What do you do in the kitchen?
I make a labneh sandwich.
صعبة في أولها مع بعض أنا وأنت أكيد هنكملها لا 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 لا.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world.
Bali, home to some of the warmest, most welcoming people in the world. Bali. Travel the city and you're sure to be greeted with friendly smiles and accommodating locals. The people of Bali are known for being patriotic, and they would go out of their way to make tourists feel comfortable and make sure that they get to see the best of the city. For one, Bali is known for its rich culture and heritage. For the Balinese, religion is integral. There are in fact over 20,000 temples on the island dedicated especially for spirituality and community. The city is also alive with festivals and ceremonies characterized by traditional Balinese dance, music, drama, and local cuisine that every tourist would definitely want to be a part of. Bali is also known for its breathtaking natural resources. You should see its picturesque rice terraces, soaring volcanoes, pristine crater lakes, sacred caves, and lush tropical forests. Many visit Bali for its tropical beaches, while its dramatic coastline never fails to impress. Waterfalls are also popular in Bali, as the city has a lot to explore. Visitors also like to try whitewater rafting in Bali, try the high ropes courses, or visit the Kintamani volcano. Kuta is a mecca for surfers and backpackers looking for lively nightlife and great waves. The botanical garden is also said to be one of the best in the world. Bali is also great for shopping. Popular marketplaces are found in Kuta, Ubud, and Sukawati. You're sure to find endless rows of stores selling a variety of knickknacks. For more unique finds, you should visit Seminyak. Seminyak is Bali's answer to the hipster movement, where eclectic bars, cool cafes, and chic international boutiques fill the streets. Food in Bali is just as amazing. Almost every warung or local eat shops offer the best local dishes, from satay ayam to soto ayam to nasi goreng. It's where you get to eat delicious meals for very affordable prices. But there are also fine dining restaurants in Bali that will serve all kinds of food. The city, after all, takes on many influences from all over the world. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
So sorry, Tom. I'm late. I'm nearly there. My favorite quality about Mr. Fantastic is how dedicated he is to his family. He has an intelligence, I think, that occupies, you know, that is always exploring like the intricacies of the entire universe, but is ultimately grounded by the love that he has for his family, and the responsibility that he feels towards them, and his responsibility towards humankind and doing good for all people.
It's such a big universe, and so much of it is in post, in a way, so like having trust with the people around is so important, especially for something like this.
I think just like everybody in this cast, whether it's Joe or Eben, Pedro, Vanessa, they're all such incredible actors, and they have such range and deep soul. They can do anything.
I think he's like a really tragic character. I don't know, we had such a nice time. Sometimes it was hard maintaining his tragedy because he's inherently in a bit of a war with himself. And I don't know, it wasn't too much hard. It was a really fun job.
What was the most challenging part about playing the role? Being blonde, trying to get under the surface, get under the skin of a blonde, felt quite difficult. With blue eyes, I can't relate. So that was the most challenging part.
The size and weight of the suit. You know, it's a lot of suit to wear. A lot of lights to the way they shot me highlighting. So yeah, but it was good. All worth it.
I've got everybody telling me, your collar's up, your collar's up. I've left it there. It's how I like it.
وهلا السيت داون انترفيو 1-on-1 مع ايبن موس باكارا وايضا مع جوزيف كوين للكلام عن هالفيلم. At the fan event there, and it was so crazy to see how much they know, how much they're anticipating, how now that you're touring for this, how much is the experience also different because you have all the fans excited about it.
It's quite surprising. I mean, when we were in Berlin the other night, like we pulled up to this event and I thought there was going to be a few hundred people there, and there was like thousands and thousands. I find it very encouraging. It's really inspiring. Obviously, we know how much the Fantastic Four mean to people, but when you get out there and actually see the eyes and the smiles and the faces, there's nothing like it.
What's the feeling watching the thing put together? Because the world is so beautiful and the 60s look great on screen and there's the futuristic and all the gadgets.
It was just immense fun. It's like a playground, really, and I think kind of when you're working on a film set like that where there's so much detail and scale at the same time, that was what was fascinating to me, the fact that they were able to invest in creating these enormous sets, but also the intricacies and the details there was so much attention and care put into that. It's wonderful and doesn't happen all the time.
Wow, folks, we all know the story. 4 brave astronauts head up into space and come back forever changed.
This car?
I think you played him with emotion and care. I really loved how, his emotions from the inside resonate, although you in that, I assume, hours-long fitting of costume. How much of a challenge was that, and how important was it for you that he feels so emotional?
That was my job. That was like my marching orders, was to bring as much of my own, the most Eben sort of tender part of my inside as I could bring to this guy. And it was like a nice objective, and to sort of, be as much as present with my scene partners as I could be. It was a pleasure, absolute pleasure. It wasn't very hard.
Our city, our planet, owe a debt to these intrepid souls. And while we can never repay them, we can certainly celebrate them.
Thank you, Fantastic Four. Thank you.
Thank you, Fantastic Four. Please welcome the Fantastic Four.
Johnny also feels very emotional in this one, but also with a lot of humor, and the rapport with the Silver Surfer is fun. So how much can you tell us about it?
It was an enormous treat working with Julia Garner, who plays the Silver Surfer brilliantly. She's such a talent. Yeah, and she's such a talent and lovely to be around. So kind of negotiating that relationship was interesting. She's a wicked talent.
Okay, that's fantastic.
You're late.
What do you mean?
What do you mean, what do I mean? You're late for dinner.
Yes, we are.
You late?
I just said that.
Are you pregnant?
What?
There's an obvious sense of family on the set. I mean, obviously it's the theme of the Fantastic Four, but every time I meet some of you, I mean, it feels like everybody got so close. Is it the right impression?
We did. We got very close. This long shooting days, it's the Fantastic Four, so we were in every day. Sometimes you have quite kind of transient filmmaking experiences where you're not all together at the same time and you can spend quite a lot of time alone, but we spent a lot of time with each other. And so that kind of informed the film and added to the film and added to our lives.
Your planet is now marked for death.
It's my fault. I stretched the bounds of space.
Did you watch or read comic books at a younger age?
Yeah, I'm like a big fantasy, sci-fi kind of genre nerd from, since I could read. Yeah, I read a lot of comics as a kid, but they were not Marvel. They were my favorite comic was ElfQuest.
Mine was Asterix. Do you know Asterix?
I love Asterix. I love Asterix. Yeah.
Love Asterix.
Love that.
What about you, Joseph?
That was pretty much the only comic I read, yeah. My dad used to read it to me in French.
Good facial hair in that comic. Good mustaches.
Bring them back.
Yeah.
But it was Obelix and his love for... But, that's a different subject to open. But,
Tintin, did you like Tintin?
I love Tintin.
Yeah, me too.
Yes.
We will face this together. We will fight it together. As a family.
What do you feel it is about those comics? Is it making your imagination work when you're younger that gets you so attached to them? I mean, you could see it from the fans at Fantastic Four. They're attached.
Yeah, the cool thing about comics, it's like, you just draw a scenario and you're there. It's much harder to make a movie where you take you to outer space or take you to the North Pole or take you wherever it is or take you back in time. Making the comic, obviously these artists are very gifted, but you just draw it there. And if the writing is compelling, then you as a reader are deeply involved and you're right there with them.
What time is it, Ben?
No, Johnny.
Say it!
I don't wanna!
Say
it! Please welcome the Fantastic Four. Mr. Fantastic, Invisible Woman, Human Torch.
I love you, Johnny!
And the Thing.
Hey, what time is it? Say the thing!
That's not really something I say.
It's very important to these roles because they spend so much time together and it's kind of like a pressure cooker of filming. So how was the atmosphere on set for you, for them? Did it really become a Fantastic Four family?
It did, and we started with 3 weeks of rehearsal. I'm a theater director as well. I really believe in that. I believe in getting people together and helping to build those relationships and talk about history and work through the script together. And so we had a lot of time to kind of build a groundwork and a foundation so that when we got to set, they already felt like a family, they already had a shorthand with each other, and we could just kind of have fun making the movie.
The art department must have felt like a family in this one because the choice of each prop, the car that we saw yesterday, every single detail in this film is important to the story, isn't it?
Yeah, we were building a world, an entire world from the ground up. A whole new technology. Everything had to be created, from their watches to the cars to the Herbie robot to their amazing, fantastic kitchen. Everything was its own new invention.
I herald his beginning. I herald your end. I herald Galactus.
When did you have the idea of bringing the 60s to the future in that sense? I love that retro-futuristic idea because it brings the best of all worlds.
From the beginning, we knew that we didn't want to set it in our 60s, but we wanted to set it in the 60s. So we set it in the 60s because that's when they were created. It felt like the right time, the space race, the sense of optimism. It's so a part of their DNA. The fashion is really cool. But we knew they hadn't been around in our 60s or else we would have heard about them. So we put them on a different universe and a different Earth.
You don't want to just crush them?
Hide that.
The four of us will face the danger. We will protect you.
What I think that Julia enjoyed most being like, up in the air all the time, especially you spoke yesterday about her first day. So, you take an actress like her who's done a very big range of stuff and you put it in here. And how much do you feel like she's like trying everything with something like that?
She's an incredibly courageous actor, very, very brave, fearless, she's awesome. And it was, her first day was just getting up 30 feet up in the air and telling everybody in Times Square that they were all gonna die. And she did it with such confidence and also a lot of nuance. You can see the complexity in the clips that have been released so far. She's really remarkable.
Family. It's about connecting to something bigger than yourself. We'll face it together. As a family.
Every Marvel comic has a theme to it, something that the audience relates to. What do you feel it is about the Fantastic Four that's made it endure, since the 60s?
Family, it's relatability. We all understand family. We all understand because we come from one. We know what that's about. And they're unusual. They're the first family of Marvel. We have a lot of found families in Marvel. You have the Avengers and the X-Men, but it's the Fantastic Four, the one true family.
Yeah, it's that and the family is expanding without too
yes,
without giving too much away about the film. But what are you most looking forward for fans of the Fantastic Four to see in first steps?
Well, I hope that they feel the passion that was put into making it. All of us love this material so much. Me, most of all, baby, but certainly all of the actors. Everyone has they've fallen in love with these characters in this world. We've done everything we can to sort of do right by them.
What time is it, Ben?
No, Johnny.
Say it!
I don't wanna!
Say it!
Are you the protectors of this world?
Yes, we are.
Your planet is now marked for death.
It was very exciting for me seeing you guys because the fans were in the room at this fan event and you could feel the energy that they have and the enthusiasm towards the project. Did you feel it from the start or you're starting to feel it now that you're touring with it?
I've always felt the passion that, the fans had for the Marvel Universe, but experiencing it in person is like a whole different thing. Then it becomes like a reality more than like a thought in a way. It was amazing. It was really special.
Similarly, do you have a sense of excitement when you watch it for the first time? I mean, I had such excitement watching your version of the Silver Surfer, obviously not the full one, but it's difficult when it's motion captured to give it that tone, basically. So what would you say you enjoyed the most and was the biggest challenge for it?
I think what I enjoyed the most is just, again, going to work every day, working with amazing people, an amazing director, being in this universe, working at Pinewood, it was so spectacular. But the thing that was not the most difficult, but was challenging was I've never worked with motion cap before. And
it's
a different type
I always like to try new things.
But it was, there's pros and cons with motion cap. And of course. You never get a break because you're always on camera. So it's relaxed in one sense where you don't have to go have hours of hair and makeup or costumes, what you were dealing with, but it's not relaxed in another sense because you're always on. You're always on camera. So you always have to just be prepared for anything, really, because you might be captured.
That's true.
Yeah.
How were those sets? Although a lot of motion capture, as you mentioned, but how was it stepping into the sets all the time? like, you know, that retro-futuristic feel that...
So cool. It was really cool. And the car, like every single time I saw the car, I was like...
Yeah, I saw it yesterday. It was
It's so spectacular. And the robot and like also just the spaceship and even seeing their costumes, wearing the, you know, the suits, the astronaut suits. It was really, really cool to see.
Yeah, there was a huge room next to the costume department where they had all the artwork of all the different worlds in it. And I could spend a day just walking around, just all the different costume designs and sketches for all the supporting artists as well as all the main characters and different outfits. Yeah, when you go into a room like that, you see the amount of work that goes in, and every single sketch is a work of art in this room, and there's over 50,000 of them all on the walls. It's just the design and being able to step into that world, like you say, on the sets, they just look immaculate, the costume.
Finally, what makes the villains and the heroes equally popular, you know, in the Fantastic Four universe and enduring?
I don't know I suppose what makes these two enduring is that they're pretty much immortal. So that gives you a certain amount of endurance. Immortality. But I think they've been, you know, some of the top villains to Marvel's first family forever. So yeah, that gives them their durability.
I would say the same. It's a good answer.
We will face this together. We will fight it together. As a family.
We will protect you. Please welcome the Fantastic Four.
It's a pleasure to talk about this because I was at the fan event yesterday and it was so nice to see the enthusiasm of the fans. So, as you said, you know, you have to put your soul as an actor to a character, even if it's famous to the audience. So, was that the challenge and the pleasure?
I think it was exactly that. It was the challenge, the beautiful challenge, and the ultimate pleasure to step into something that is scary because it exists long before you ever came to it and is loved long before you ever became a part of it. And so you just want to kind of meet that love, I think, and the only way to do that is to put your heart into it. I found myself very, very lucky to, you know, start with our director, Matt Shackman, who's been in my life for about 26 years.
Yeah, you said yes.
A kind of a colleague, and we've been sort of like, you know, playing testimony to each other's adult lives and careers for the last 26 years. And then, through Matt's invitation, meeting Vanessa, whom I've always referred to as like an assassin, a black belt of
acting.
Of acting, you know, truly.
It's good. Just go vomit around the skeletons.
Truly,
you know,
there's like I would say that I was really intimidated at the thought of meeting her and working with her because of how powerful I think her work is, and she just cut straight to it, started communicating. She's always talking about that I show myself right away. I make people feel safe because I'm vulnerable. She just, like a direct shot into my heart, like said, "Hey, we're doing this." And I was like, and she led the way. She opened all the doors, and I just had to step into them. And so that was just, yes, as you say, like an incredible pleasure.
Did you know that you wanted to play her with that, you know, quiet confidence that she has in this one? I really love that. I mean, she knows where she's headed.
I think it was oddly challenging to try and imagine that, yes, this woman is has convinced every country on our their
version of Earth.
Yeah, 818, to get rid of their armies.
818, that's Burbank.
Oh, Matt Shackman said 818.
828.
Yeah. You should alert him of that quick. So yeah, I was like, oh, what kind of person does that?
Yes.
It can't be someone that like tries to be really bossy, because that's annoying. It can't be someone who's too acquiescing or whatever. It has to be someone that meets people where they're at. And that, to me, is like a quiet confidence. Because if you're too confident and you just you would be abrasive and you wouldn't want to do it, or if it was too not, and so to me it was this kind of, how can she meet people where they are? And that is emotional intelligence, really, because it's like coming to a room and going, okay, this president is this person, and how do I understand who he is and convince that, or she is, like this, and how do I... So it was that, really.
You're late for dinner.
Oh, yes, we are. Really.
By a single minute.
Yes, we were just...
I had to put some aloe iodine on my shoulder.
I do his shoulder. And...
Why is there breakfast cereal on the dinner table?
Why are you being weird?
How do you feel the sense of family in those stories have made them enduring with audiences? It started with the comics, but they still love them because there's this sense of good family to them. Is that the secret of the fantastic success?
I think it's exactly that. I think it's the first Marvel family, and family is everything to all of us, whether it's family you didn't choose or the family you do choose. And a family of friends, more than anything, the idea of that being a kind of whole identity.
Why are you laughing? Is my stomach gurgling? What was it? I did just drift into another thought, actually, as you were saying that, to be fair. I did just drift.
Family.
Family.
It's all about family. It is all about family. It truly is. And the idea of, like, the only way to save the world
is to work together as a family.
As a family. And also for the world to work with you as well. I mean, it's really like the only real way to get something done is together.
My herald, Galactus.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds. We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Bangkok. It's the city of angels and the Venice of the East. Bangkok is one of the most visited cities in Southeast Asia. Thailand's capital city brings hundreds of thousands of visitors from all over the world each year. The largest and most developed city in Thailand, Bangkok offers tourists a mix of modern and upscale sights and sounds while maintaining its old charm from its historical architecture and traditions that date back to hundreds of years. One of the most famous is Wat Arun, located on the west bank of Chao Phraya River opposite the Grand Palace. This is a must-see sight in Bangkok, as the architectural design is completely unique to that of other temples in Thailand's capital. You can even climb its steep 70-meter high spire, which boasts the best views of Bangkok's skyline. While it is also known as the Temple of Dawn, Wat Arun is best at night when lit up, as it gives off a golden beam of light over the Chao Phraya River. The Grand Palace is the capital's most glorified and world-renowned structure. It was once the home of the Thai king, the royal court, and the administrative seat of government, and was built back in 1782. Marvel at its ancient designs, from the diverse array of Buddhist sculptures and temples that flow through the vicinity. Most popular is the Wat Prakil, or the Temple of the Emerald Buddha. Bangkok is also well known for its busy market scene. Anchored on either side of the river are boats stocked with fresh tropical fruits and veggies, coconut juice, and local food being cooked on open grills. Also popular are the floating markets Damnon Sadwak, Ampawa, and Klong Lat Mayom. Likewise, Bangkok's mall scene is alive and kicking, with enough shops stretching from Siam along Sukhumvit Road to last a lifetime. Also within Bangkok's cosmopolitan urban jungle are the expert tailors that can be seen on almost every street. You can get a tailor-made suit together for just about a week or two at a very reasonable price. Despite the city's known busyness, Bangkok also offers experiences for rest and recluse. Massage parlors can be found all over Bangkok, offering a Thai oil massage, head, neck and back massage, foot massage, and many more. One can also opt for a nature respite from the sprawling concrete jungle nearby within the city. It is known for its lush tropical trees, lakes, and raised embankments that pass unique houses on stilts built along the Chao Phraya River's edge. Auckland. Auckland is known as the city of many lovers, according to its Maori name Tamaki Makura, as those lovers wanted the place so badly that they fought over it for centuries. A geographically blessed city, the New Zealand capital has the appeal of a small town and the style of a modern metropolis. Auckland Museum is one of the country's most recognized heritage locations. The 84-year-old museum houses the most comprehensive collection of Maori and Pacific Islander art in the Southern Hemisphere. On display are graphic textiles, carvings, some of the war canoes, ware or the traditional Maori meeting houses, as well as other 18th and 19th century portraits. Devonport is a self-contained late Victorian neighborhood of historic sites, including North Head, a British fort dating back to 1887. There are also popular cafes and restaurants within it. Find two of Auckland's picture-perfect beaches or climb to the top of Mount Victoria for 360-degree views of the city, Hauraki Gulf, and the North Shore. Waiheke Island is a place for a quick island escape. Worth visiting are the Little Onoroa, Palm Beach, and the mile-long Onetangi. Fancy a dinner nearby with a great view of the beach. A diverse mix of gustatory pleasures, Auckland is also ideal for food trips. The city is a medley of different tastes, offering diverse cuisines from contemporary Japanese dishes to all-American pizzas, to healthy Thai salads and greens. Depending on your mood, you can choose from the elegant dining restaurants, or you might prefer the laid-back alfresco cafes. Shopping also keeps the city abuzz. Specialty stores include rare and vintage finds, from the gardening books and electric furniture, fiesta dinnerware and old photographs, as well as restored goods, such as vintage wooden cutting boards, southern French crockery, and white enamel cookware. There are also classic and one-room boutiques that offer pieces for men and women, with a well-curated collection of shoes and boots to match. You may also find shops featuring own-brand clothes and jewelry for men and women, sold alongside a distinct merchandise mix of non-clothing items that reflect the owner's interests. Berlin. For its exuberant urban life and vibrant art scene, visit Berlin. The German capital features a cultural scene and unique lifestyle that's both fast-paced and relaxed. Also known as the hipster city of Europe, Berlin keeps alive with its alternative cultures and styles. In neighborhoods like Kreuzberg, Neukölln, and Friedrichshain are vibrant places where locals simply chill and enjoy the relaxed open spaces and fresh air. No city in Germany is, in fact, greener than Berlin, with its forests, lakes, and sprawling parks. Berlin is also a city full of history. The World War II, after all, began and ended in the city of Berlin. Most popular are the Brandenburg Gate and the Federal Chancellery, which are reflective of the nation's rich stories. Germany's capital is also home to its major government buildings, such as the historic Reichstag, or the seat of the German parliament. Of course, most remarkable are the Berlin Wall, the East Side Gallery, and the Holocaust Memorial. Historical feats aside, Berlin is also hip and happening with its streets of bars and clubs. The city has an active nightlife that guarantees massive parties and events practically every night. But the city is friendly to non-party goers too. It has relaxed beer gardens, small bars, hostels, and art galleries to suit different tastes. Famous as a city of art, Berlin has over 170 museums, including the famous Museum Island that puts treasures of the world on public display. Tourists often visit Berlin to attend ballets and operas at the city's major opera houses, as well as witness live performances by talented orchestras such as the world-class Berlin Philharmonic. And when it comes to food, Berlin has a lot to offer too. It's a great place for vegans. It has Turkish restaurants and supermarkets everywhere, and Italian, Mexican, and Asian food spots too. Food markets offering snacks, German wine and cheese, among others, will satisfy your palate as well. The neighborhoods in Kreuzberg and Neukölln are great for finding fine restaurants and quiet lounge bars, as well as dozens of coffee bars to enjoy. When it comes to shopping, there are well-known mainstream malls to visit, alongside independent boutiques nearby that offer endless choices for your lifestyle needs. One will also find small vintage stores within Berlin, some even selling second-hand books as well as high-end designer clothing. Los Angeles. The entertainment capital of the world, Los Angeles. The cultural hub boasts of more than 300 museums and tourist attractions. And yes, great weather. What to do when in LA? First on the list is, of course, a behind-the-scenes studio tour at the Universal Studios Hollywood. The most popular attraction offers tourists a chance to explore the Hollywood movie studios, including great 3D experience shows. Next is the Walt Disney Concert Hall, found on Grand Avenue in downtown LA. It is designed by Pritzker Prize-winning architect Frank Gehry, with acoustics by Yasuhisa Toyoda, and has been praised by concertgoers for its stunning architecture and extraordinary sound. The concert hall is home to the renowned Los Angeles Philharmonic and the Los Angeles Master Chorale. Museums and art hubs in LA are also known for housing some of the world's most renowned collection. One may find a repertoire of masterpieces, including works of Vincent van Gogh, for fans of Hollywood entertainment, movies, television, and music. Los Angeles is the place where one will most likely see a celebrity. The secret is to dine at the restaurants often visited by the stars, such as the famous Wolfgang Puck at the Hotel Bel Air. LA is also a great destination for those who love to shop. Popular shopping centers and little kiosks around the neighborhood are frequently visited for great bargain finds. For the ultimate window shopping experience, visit the world-famous strip of stores along Beverly Hills, which is known as a place of luxury and style. Tired of the usual ways of discovering LA? Have a different view of Hollywood by heading to the Runyon Canyon Park, one of the most popular hiking areas in LA. One may also find quieter spots to rest and relax in LA. From Malibu to South Bay are the best beaches in Southern California. The 2-mile-long Santa Monica Beach is also worth the visit, as well as the Santa Monica Pier, the Pacific Part Amusement Park, and the Heal the Bay Aquarium. A true city of champions, one should also catch a game when in LA. Visit the Dodgers Stadium, one of the great cathedrals of Major League Baseball and a popular Instagram location. The ballpark has already hosted 8 World Series, and the Dodgers have won 4 World Championships. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.